he seemed to suggest that maybe Iran would come to the negotiation table and that perhaps there is a possibility of signing a deal in the next few days. And you saw futures and stock markets turn on that. But the reality on the ground paints a very different picture. And to your point, President Trump seems to be implying that more military action is forthcoming. We were talking about the arrival of that first unit, the Marine Expeditionary Unit. It came to the region on Friday. 3,500 troops, about 2,200 Marines. Questions really about where they're going to be deployed. Remember, this isn't a huge number of troops, and they would be capable of perhaps going into these targeted raids. There's been some discussion about a potential takeover of Karg Island, obviously very risky. Wall Street Journal also reporting that they could be deployed into inland territory and perhaps look to conduct an operation to take out that enriched uranium stockpile. But again, a very risky operation as well. Or they could be just sent there as a means of deterrence. The reality is we just don't know. But in terms of the military operations over the weekend, I will tell you once again, we have seen a massive uptick in intensity. On Friday evening, Israeli operations conducted some strikes against two steel facilities in Iran, some nuclear research sites, and in retaliation to that, Iran once again lashed back at Gulf states infrastructure, hitting two key aluminium smelters in the region. That's having an impact on aluminium prices this morning. A key airbase in Saudi Arabia, the Prince Sultan airbase. The U.S. sustained some critical damage there on some of their own jets. Also a desalination plant in Kuwait. And then add to the mix, as you were just talking about, a new front has opened up, which is the very fact that the Houthis have decided to enter into the conflict. They launched some attacks on Israel on Saturday morning. And the big question from here is whether they are going to start disrupting shipping again in the Red Sea. And just a bit of a history reminder here for viewers. The Houthis did sign a truce with Saudi Arabia back in 2022. They also signed a truce with the U.S. in May 2025. Since the Israel-Gaza ceasefire of October 2025, they have not done anything on the Red Sea, but they reserve the right to do so. And I think this is the big risk as we head into the next couple of days, and whether really another front in this conflict opens up, not just on the Persian Gulf, but also now on the Red Sea. And given how much oil Saudi Arabia has managed to divert from the Persian Gulf to the Yanbu port, clearly a risk for oil markets as well.
Let's see if that's true. Amanda, thank you.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Overcome operational constraints to focus on future growth? And unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility? With EY Parthenon and EY's full spectrum of services, we're reimagining the enterprise to shape the future with confidence.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Thank you. Appreciate the coverage as always. Jemima Basechi there leading our coverage out of Dubai. Policymakers are scrambling. You're seeing it around the world. Qatar cutting rates. Australia halving its fuel tax for several months. South Korea considering expanding driving curbs. The latest from the Bloomberg team earlier on this morning.
It's a physical problem, particularly in Asia, particularly in South Korea, even throughout the region, with a question of physical goods not getting delivered. And that's the sort of difference a lot of commodity strategists keep pointing out.
Let's get to the view on Wall Street this morning. This from Laurie Calvasina of RBC writing, stock pickers can be reluctant to bake in macro concerns until their companies start to openly worry about them. It may simply take more time for the equity community to fully understand the impacts from an extended conflict. Laurie joins us now for more. Laurie, good morning.
Good morning.
We've had a correction of almost 9% on the S&P 500 from the highs. There's some multiple compression in there, which begs the question, is this an opportunity? At the same time, we haven't cut earnings expectations. So what's your advice this morning?
So look, I think we kind of have to take it one day at a time, and I know that's not a satisfactory answer. But the reality is that, at 8.7% from the January peak, we are still within what we would call a tier 1 drawdown. Now, if you go back to the financial crisis, we've actually seen that and you kind of use that as your starting point, we haven't had any drawdowns if you take the post-GFC high that have ended up between 10 and 14%. If you go past 10, you're going to the teens, right? And there's a little bit of an air pocket between the two. And I think what we're confronting right now is if this is going to stay relatively contained, right? If this is going to be relatively short duration. You've seen things like AAII net bulls are between -1 and -2 standard deviations. That's enough. But if we are going to have a more extended conflict and we're going to start sort of saying, okay, this isn't just an inflation shock, it's a growth shock, the U.S. is not as immune as we thought, that is something that could take you into tier 2 drawdown territory. Growth scares tend to involve periods in which something new happens, we don't understand it, it feels like things are out of control, and people genuinely start to fear a recession. We are not there yet, but we have to keep a very close eye on the narrative to see if that's where it's headed.
I'm sure clients are all asking you the same question. Is it an inflation shock, a growth scare, either or just a sequencing question?
I would say that most clients, so I was on the road for 4 days last week, and what we essentially saw was that most clients are more in the this is going to create some inflationary pressures camp. We are seeing a lot of people sort of defend the resilience of the economy, the strong point coming in, and to be fair to those clients, you are seeing this in all of the C-suite survey data that has come out, including ones that had a little bit of the post-war period in them. You're also seeing, I have read, I think, everything an S&P 1500 or Russell 3000 company has said at a conference or on an earnings call, and I've read all the SMIDs because they give you great information in this period, but they are generally, for the most part, still sort of talking about this resilience, their ability to work around things. We're seeing a few companies make adjustments in terms of things like fuel costs or guidance, but not a lot. And so this is all going into the ears of the U.S. equity investors. Now, I will tell you, John, as the week wore on last week, I started to get a couple questions about growth impacts towards the end of the week. I had one client sort of say, if we look at what's going on in Europe and Asia, can the U.S. really stay immune from that? This same client thought that this conflict would go on a few months. He was the only person last week who told me it would go on a few months. Everyone else was debating 1 week or a couple of weeks.
Based on the fact that you've seen profits reaccelerate, actually, earnings expectations continue to increase, do you think this market's being overly complacent, or do you think that we're close to a washout that seems like a buying opportunity?
I don't think that we are being complacent. Frankly, and I kind of knew this heading into last week as well, but we are seeing a lot of people not doing a lot. Like, they're fishing around for trades. They're trying to figure out what to do. We know a lot of hedging activity has been put on, and people don't feel great. That is not complacency to me. But at the same time, we have seen the bottom-up S&P 500 EPS forecast. It was like at 313 to start the year. Then it dipped down to 312, and now we're all the way up to 323, and we just added $3 over the last week. So, you're seeing this help out the multiples. And if you look at the S&P bottom-up market cap weighted PE, we were at 28 times last fall. We were up around 25 times earlier before the war started, and then we are now, sitting down around 21 times. Now, I don't think it's a washout yet because you are not at the average, which is 18.5, and in 2022, when the broader market bottomed on that 25% drawdown, you dipped a little bit below the average. So is it improvement? Yes. Is it helpful? Yes. Is it a hold your nose and buying opportunity? I don't think we're quite there yet.
The more that the bond market thinks that this is potentially a growth scare, does that add to the attractiveness of stocks, given the fact that we've done all of this with increasing rate expectations?
Yeah, so look, I think that when I talk to investors, nobody, at least in my meetings, is looking for rate hikes, right? I think what we're much more sensitive to are 10-year yields. And, you know, we actually worsened one of our stress tests. We had been looking for 4.5, sort of in like the $100 extended oil scenario. We took our inflation numbers up in our stress test. We took 10-year yields up to 5. That tends to be the number that spooks equity investors. But I'll tell you, Lisa, I had like 5 flavors of earnings in this stress test, keeping like that 15% growth that's in the consensus now, and then going all the way down to 10% contraction versus 2025. I'm coming up with a range of like 5,700 to 7,400. And if you look at kind of like the more benign earnings assumptions, you can get a flat market this year, even with some pretty onerous numbers. So we have to pay attention to what's going on with earnings. We have to pay attention to what's going on with the inflation rate. But the 10-year yield is also a key variable, and the lower it is, the better it's going to be for the multiple.
We've got some big names in a lot of pain as well. Just last week, Microsoft down by close to 7%, Meta down by double digits. I know you won't do single names, but let's talk about big tech.
Yeah.
A lot of these issues predate this war.
Yeah.
Is this war becoming a convenient excuse for something that was already developing?
Well, look, I think that we benefit in the U.S., and it kind of leveled out mid-month, but, you know, we sort of saw initially in this conflict that the U.S. was benefiting as a safe haven trade, outperforming the rest of the world. And if you look at PEs for U.S. versus Europe versus Canada versus Australia, so just take like a landscape of global developed markets, we were seeing the S&P PE coming down heading into this crisis. And so we already had a lot of de-risking on private credit fears, on AI fears, which really, frankly, perked up last Labor Day. At the same time, these other markets, their PEs were moving up. So we got to this Iran conflict, and the U.S. had lost its valuation premium if you looked at a 5-year average. And if you even looked at a 20-year time frame, we had lost that valuation premium in the U.S. as well. So, you know, the earnings are still looking pretty strong in that mega cap growth cohort. We've seen the rate of upward revision skyrocket in the top 10 market cap names back to last fall's highs. And if you look at that 323 number I mentioned, and you just look at like a 26 growth rate versus 25, tech is the thing that's driving the way. So you also have to figure out a way, if you really want to push this market into really negative territory in a sustainable way, you've really got to attack those tech earnings.
Laurie, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for dropping by. Thank you. Laurie Calvasina there of RBC Capital Markets. Pretty phenomenal. Amazing. Just try and get your head around this. Crude has ripped. The biggest monthly move we've seen on record if we close at these levels, and yet here we are pricing in a better outlook for earnings on the S&P 500.
Jurrien Timmer put it really well over at Fidelity. He said the S&P 500 index is down 9.2%, but the PE ratio is down 18%. This is all being led by multiples going down, even though the earnings are actually increasing. And this speaks to a lot of the positivity that you're hearing under the hood.
Futures on the S&P positive by 1/3 of 1%. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Good morning, John. President Donald Trump says he's ready to make a deal with Iran. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One, the president saying Iran is giving the U.S. most of the demands from its 15-point peace plan. Iran still disputes there are negotiations. A confirmation hearing for Kevin Warsh could be held the week of April 13th. Punchbowl reporting the Senate's Banking Committee is planning to hold a hearing for President Donald Trump's nominee for Federal Reserve Chair in 2 weeks' time. And President Xi Jinping inviting Taiwan's main opposition leader to visit mainland China, setting up a high-stakes meeting weeks before a planned summit with President Trump. Chang Li-wan will visit China from April 7th through 12th, marking the first such visit in nearly a decade. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Yahara, thank you. More from Yahara later this hour. Up next on the program, looking for a deal.
Could you foresee a deal in Iran this upcoming week?
I do see a deal in Iran, yeah.
Mr. President.
Could be soon. But you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up.
Up next on the program, we'll catch up with General Mastin Robertson of Academy Securities, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Success means having the right partner, right where it matters most. With 170 years of expertise, we are unlocking opportunities and driving progress across the globe. And now, we're in the heart of Egypt, your gateway to Africa and the Middle East.
Here is your week ahead. Later on this morning, check it out, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, you will hear from the Fed chair. That is going to be must-list and must-watch later on this morning, going into a big week full of economic data. How important is this data? How dated is the data, Bramo, coming this week?
I actually think we'd always be focused on the jobs report, but instead, on Wednesday, we get ISM manufacturing and prices paid, and that might be the most important data point of the week because everyone's looking for the real-time increase in costs to companies. That might be the fastest and most current look we can get on that.
Heading into that week full of data, equity markets look like this. Futures positive by 0.4% on the S&P, up a third on the Nasdaq. In the bond market, yields lower by 3-4 basis points on a 10-year, 4.39, and in crude, a record-breaking rally for the month so far. Brent 115 and up another 2%. Under surveillance this morning, looking for a deal.
The one regime was decimated, destroyed. They're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change.
Could you foresee a deal in Iran this upcoming week?
I do see a deal in Iran, yeah.
Mr. President.
Could be soon. But you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up.
So here's the latest this morning. The Iran war showing no signs of letting up. The U.S. sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Anne-Marie, Iranian-backed Houthis join the conflict.
And I think this is really a massive escalation risk at the moment. We do know that the Houthis have the capability. They did this in 2023 in terms of going after vessels in the Red Sea. And right now, the Red Sea has become critical for this crisis because over the weekend, we also got other news. Saudi Arabia's East-West pipeline is now at capacity of what it's able to move through that pipeline. It is now moving 7 million barrels a day. This is a huge feat for Saudi Arabia, but all of that oil is going to Yanbu, which is on the Red Sea. And if the Houthis decide to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is between Yemen and Djibouti, this will be the second choke point. And then you could see prices escalate very quickly.
That's the nightmare for the energy market. Brent crude this morning at 115. General Maston Robertson of Academy Securities writing the following. Iran's actions, left unaddressed, potentially sets an illegal new normal. General Robertson joins us now for more. General, welcome to the program, sir. Can we pick up on Houthi militants entering this war, this conflict? What are the consequences of that?
I don't know it really changed anything. I believe the Houthis have been involved the whole time. I think what we're missing here is that the Houthis do not make their own decisions. They're a proxy. And they act when Iran says, okay, we want you to act. And when Iran wants them to stand down, they have them stand down. Nobody controls the Houthis except for Iran. And certainly Yemen doesn't control the Houthis or those frontier spaces that are within their border.
One individual, though, John Lieber of Eurasia Group, said to me that the Houthis would rather be basically paid off by the Saudis instead of getting involved. Do you think the calculus is changing for the proxy?
I don't think it changed for the proxy because but I think the Houthis are businessmen. Yes, they'll take money from the Saudis, and yes, they'll promise A, B, and C, but at the end of the day, the Houthis are owned by the Iranians. And the question is, do the Houthis really believe there's still sufficient supreme leadership authority in Iran for them to be able to trust that that's where their calculus, their money, their direction is going to come from? Or has this second or third generation of supreme leadership authority dissipated sufficiently to where they start to doubt? I have confidence that given the decades-long relationship Iran has with its proxies, although not decades-long necessarily with the Houthis, Iran still has a firm grip, in my opinion, on them, largely not because of the Supreme Leadership Authority, but because of the IRGC that is below that, but is intrinsically connected to the Supreme Leadership Authority.
We do, though, have a recent killing, according to the Israelis, of the IRGC Navy commander. Do you think this breaks down their maritime command for the Iranians?
No, I think you've got to get into the tens of thousands, if not 100 thousands of killings of the RGC if you're really going to have an influence and effect. But I don't think we really know. We know that they're 250,000 in theory strong. We know that they are just etched in stone in relationship with the Supreme Leadership Authority and have been since the beginning. We don't know how deep that etched in stone authority and loyalty goes, but we surmise it goes pretty deep, which is why I don't think what the goal here is how do we destroy the IRGC. The goal is how do we get Iran to a point where they're willing to negotiate a plausible non-nuclear Iran in the future. And to me, that's where the entire buck stops, is how do we get Iran to where they are not pursuing a nuclear capability that would be catastrophic for the world?
Well, how do you think we get there? We're not there now today, are we?
We are not. But I think that's the reason you're seeing more forces sent there. Everything is about leverage. Everything is about how to create negotiation space. How do you create enough, not pain, but how do you create enough capability, threat, and anxiety that is all of this calculus combined together of, the killing of the Supreme Leadership Authorities, the reduction of their capabilities, particularly the destruction of their Navy and a lot of their air, to say how much more are they willing to sustain and be able to say we're still an entity to be reckoned with in the Middle East.
General, when President Trump says that he wants to take the oil in Iran, how do you understand that?
I see all this as purely negotiation strategy. If he can see something that causes the Iranians to say, okay, I didn't expect that. That's a bridge further than I wanted. Then I think that gives the upper hand to what the administration is seeking. What I don't see this being is a ground invasion like, Iraq. I don't see that is where we're headed. I do see where we're headed is where the leverage points that the administration believes are plausible. And it's really the leverage points that CENTCOM believes are plausible, because there isn't any surprise that we're doing something against Iran at some point. It's just the timing of when. But every regional combatant commander has in-the-can campaign plans and plans against certain scenarios that they break out, dust off, update based on how the situation has changed. And then they expand it based on what the current administration will allow and authorize them to do it. Most regional combatant commanders are willing to be a little more aggressive than their electoral officials are telling them to be. So there's always that calculus of the military wanting to be a little more aggressive and confident, the administration and the elected officials saying, well, wait a minute, there's more at stake here than just winning a battle on the battlefield.
General, well framed, as always. It's good to see you. Thank you, sir. General Mastin Robertson there of Academy Securities. Another Monday morning that started on Sunday evening.
Always. I was thinking to myself, it's going to be one of those days, and my goodness, the oil price tells you everything.
Up next on the programme, we'll catch up with Bob McNally of Rapidan Energy Group with Brent crude over 115.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets. Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Coming off the back of the biggest two-day loss on the S&P 500 since April last year, equity futures looking to bounce. We're higher across the board here on the S&P 500, up by 0.4%. Following a fifth consecutive week of losses on the S&P. That's the longest since 2022. That's the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq, no better. In fact, in some places, by some measure, worse. We're down by 10% in correction territory, down by more than that. Some of the big names last week got absolutely hammered. Not just Microsoft down by close to 7%, but Meta down by 11 percentage points. And much of the pain in some of those names predates this war.
And has something that is completely unrelated to the war, which is a court case for Meta that really undermines some of its potential safety controls in social media, and questions about AI advancements that are going to undercut some of Microsoft's software tools. So some of these issues have already been percolating. It's why it's the trifecta that people talk about. The software concerns and AI disruption, a concern about the oil shock, as well as the labor market, which still kind of sits out there as a potential risk factor.
More data on the labor market coming on Friday. Something happened in the past Friday. Something switched. Something clicked. And you would have noticed at the close, when we closed on the low in equities, we closed on the low on two-year yields. Check out yields this morning. The move continues. Yields down by 2 on 2s, down by 3 on 10s, 4.40 on a 10-year yield. Are we starting to price in the growth aspect of all of this into the bond market?
Over the weekend, note after note, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, TD Securities saying, look for that growth shock. That is a more significant counterbalance. Does this come when the market is more balanced, when you've already seen something of a washout of the technical positioning? But right now, people are starting to consider, wait a second, why are central banks going to hike rates into potentially what could be a growth slowdown?
A bit of pushback to that story. Yields getting pulled lower. Crude still pushing higher. The problems persist. 115 on Brent, close to 116. Squeezing out a sixth consecutive week of gains just last week. Brent up on the month by almost 60%. 60% for the month of March.
And this is because the fighting continues. We have seen even just overnight, Iran continues to get hit from Israeli and U.S. strikes, as well as Iranians going after still infrastructure and bases around the Middle East. And at the same time, although you've seen some reporting from Iranian news agencies that some vessels are able to go through, we're talking about a very low number compared to normal flows. Iran still controls the strait, and they're only letting certain ships pass through.
115.60 so far this morning. 3 hours away from the opening bout. The cash open just around the corner with your morning movers. Yahira has more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. We are seeing the aluminum stocks gaining this morning, with Alcoa up 8%. Century Aluminum also up 8% in the pre-market. Attacks on two major Middle Eastern producers are threatening one of the biggest disruptions this market has seen in years, at a time when inventories are already tight. So we are seeing the price of aluminum on the LME surging. The industrial metal is used in everything from autos to airplanes to food packaging. We are also seeing oil stocks moving higher this morning. Exxon up 1.6% as this supply shock, already one of the biggest in history, moves past the 1 month mark, with investors seeing no end in sight. So we continue to see crude surging. As you said, Brent crude on track for its biggest monthly gain on record. And we end on Peloton. Those shares up 3% in the pre-market after being up nearly 9% on Friday, after investor Eric Jackson of EMJ Capital said he is long the stock, saying the market has not caught up to its fundamentals-driven turnaround. John?
Yahira, thank you. Thanks for the update. More from Yahira later on this morning. On our radar this morning, the war entering week 5. Iran-backed Houthi militants entering the conflict, launching ballistic missiles at Israel Saturday morning following U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Elsewhere, the president claiming Iran is agreeing with most of a 15-point plan to end the war. Iran saying it rejected the plan and disputing Trump's claims about negotiations. Tehran insisting on its own 5-point plan, including war reparations. And finally, the president saying he wants to, quote, take the oil in Iran. In an interview with the Financial Times, the president saying the U.S. may take Kharg Island, the country's main fuel hub.
So a lot of questions around how serious this is. We were just talking to General Maston, who is saying that he thinks this is looking for leverage. I found this interview really interesting from the pushback that the president was given to all of the criticisms that he's been getting with respect to the war. It's going to cost too much, seize the oil. It's potentially, we're not getting anything. He said, well, actually, we got this big gift. You said it was BS, but actually it was a number of ships from Pakistan that were allowed to go through the strait, one after another. He's talking about how they've already had regime change. The people we're dealing with are a totally different group of people. They are very professional. All of these signal that he's paying attention to some of the criticisms out there that keep peppering his administration.
The individuals he's talking about saying they're very professional are like Mohammed Ghalibaf, which is out on Twitter constantly trolling this administration. He was out last night talking about what is going on in financial markets. When it comes to the oil comment, what struck me is that the president compared it to what happened in Venezuela. Preference would be to take the oil, comparing it to the potential move to Venezuela, where the U.S. intends to control the oil industry. The problem is, this is so much harder to do in a country like Iran. How are you going to control the oil in a country that is still run by this regime, even though there's changes within, because there's been targets? And the fact of the matter is you can't unless you do take Karg Island, because 9 out of 10 barrels pass through that island. And how long are you prepared to stay there and control that island? I don't see the U.S. wanting to go into a protracted war, which would mean troops on Karg Island for months or years.
We had trade recommendations from the Iranian government going into the opening of market trading last week. What do you make of that, Bramo?
I mean, this is the key point, is that they want oil prices higher and the U.S. wants oil prices lower. And, you know, this is the job voting that you're going to get with a lot of potential AI videos that are really entertaining.
It's becoming somewhat farcical, isn't it, on social media at the moment?
Yes, actual, physically, literally it is farce.
Brent Crude on track for a record monthly gain as the war with Iran continues to intensify. Bob McNally of Rapidan Energy Group writing, fade speculation on a near-term US-Iran ceasefire. US force posture points to escalation. Bob joins us now for more. Bob, welcome. Let's start with that line. It's an important line. What is it about the force posture of the US that points to escalation?
Great to be with you, John. So, yeah, we're flowing. We have 1 Marine Expeditionary Unit's arrived. Another one's on the way, 82nd Airborne, and other forces are moving in. We think we're likely to see some form of ground operation. I'll doubt we'll go into Karg Island. Most of the military folks I talk with just don't understand the utility of that. However, there are smaller islands that are more defensible. They're used by Iran to interdict shipping. Perhaps it's those, but I think some form of U.S. ground force insertion is coming.
But Bob, when we talk about the president saying things like, I want to take the oil in Iran, inevitably that would mean some sort of operation with Karg Island, no?
You know, it doesn't have to. I don't understand. I mean, back in 2012, I wrote an FT op-ed and I said, just put a quarantine up. You just stop all the ships in the Gulf of Oman coming out of Karg Island. Karg Island's like 5 miles from the coast. We could take it, but then we'd be under constant bombardment from drones and artillery and missiles and things. So, again, I'm not a military guy, but the military guys and gals I know don't really see the need to occupy Karg Island. We can still choke off Iran's exports. We can do that, but we can do
Bob,
it far away on the water.
Why would this administration want to choke off their exports when they literally took Iran off of their sanctions list, even including in that general license that Americans can now buy Iranian barrels?
Right. So right now, Anne-Marie, you're right. Right now, the strategy of the administration is put every barrel it can into the market to try and break crude's ascent. Okay, and so that, you're right, liberalizing access to Iranian barrels, to Russian barrels, allowing Iran to export at will while others are constrained. You know, but if we go in and take Karg Island by force, that strategy will obviously change. I'm just saying you can do it in other ways.
Bob, there is a lot of uncertainty around how significantly oil production has already been disrupted in some sort of significant way that could lead to prolonged shortages. Do you have an assessment of that?
We're starting to work that up. The problem is this is still underway and the damages are TBD. But right now, you know, I think it's 3 to 4 months before the major Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, probably maybe longer for Iraq, Rumelia, that field, that 1 million barrel a day outage there could be much longer term. So if you put a gun to my head right now, it's still underway. I'd say on the order of 2 million barrels a day of crude that could be lost for a long time here. Now, that's before we get into any potential damage to above-ground facilities. Again, the silver lining so far on this cloud is we haven't seen escalation to destroying the facilities we need to process and export that crude when those fields can be brought back up. That would be disastrous. Abqaiq, Ras Tanura Terminal, Karg Island itself haven't been physically damaged. So that's the other thing to watch for. If that happens, then all the damage estimates, get increased.
How much has the SPR release in the United States and in Europe, as well as the unsanctioned Iranian and Russian oil, potentially cushioned some of what we're seeing in terms of actual production absolutely destroyed?
Well, from a flow perspective, it's marginal, right? At the most, when all the SPR barrels are flowing from the IEA countries, you're looking at maybe a little more than 2 million barrels a day. The deficit, and there's a lot of math going around out there, but we estimate the deficit to be about crude and products 12 million barrels a day or so. So obviously, from a flow perspective, it's not that significant. It is, however, helping keep WTI down. It is cushioning the market a little bit, but it's a speed bump kind of on the way higher.
Bob, can you translate a headline for me? Just help me understand how important this is or not. This came from the president speaking to the Financial Times. He talked about this a few times now, about these Pakistan-flagged oil tankers that have been allowed through the Strait of Hormuz. Whether that number is 10 or whether it's 20, can you give us some context on that? How big is that number relative to the amount of traffic that would traditionally go through the Strait?
Yeah, John. So, you know what? We haven't even, it's these tankers, we're not even sure they were oil tankers. They may have been dry cargo tankers. If each one at max would have been 2 million barrels, 10 million barrels, 2 million barrels. So it's just not that much. I think all of this really is verbal intervention. It's a term I learned in the 90s working at Tudor and watching the central banks. This is activating this reservoir of hope and confidence in the market that this nightmare is going to go away. And the president knows when he says things like this, we almost have a deal. 10 cargoes went out. It was a gift. We're escorting tankers out. All of this, I think, is mainly intended to try and keep oil prices down. And that doesn't reflect a real return of barrels. At most, on a given day, maybe a half million barrels a day is getting out, but it's quite marginal.
Bob, it's good to see you. Thanks for breaking it down. Bob McNally there of Rapidan Energy Group. It doesn't seem to be working. Crude right now, 115.
No, because we're not up to normal flows, and how many ships are actually getting through, no one really knows, but it is less than a dozen a day. It's about 2 a day, potentially, on average, according to tanker trackers. And to Bob's point there, we don't know what kind of vessel it was, we don't know what the cargo was, we don't know the destination it was, so it really does seem like this is why it's a muted response.
6 years ago, this was the conversation in financial markets. I'm not a doctor, but 6 years later, I'm not a military guy, but. And you've said this a few times on this show, Bramo. It's difficult to get an edge in this story right now. It's really, really hard.
It's fraught with misinformation. It's fraught with a lack of information about the actual production facilities that have been affected or potentially even destroyed. How exactly you're going to get a foothold ahead of someone else at a time of such quick-moving news and, frankly, so much disinformation out there.
Equity futures just about positive so far, up this Monday morning by 0.4%. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Iran-backed Houthi forces in Yemen have entered the war in the Middle East for the first time. Houthis firing missiles at Israel over the weekend and saying they would continue operations until attacks stop on Iran and its proxy militant groups. A Russian oil tanker has arrived in Cuba. Russia's Interfax news agency saying the ship is carrying around 100,000 tons of oil. President Trump had said he would allow the shipment for humanitarian reasons, saying, quote, they have to survive. And President Trump ordering emergency pay for TSA agents over the weekend, but major U.S. airports are still urging travelers to arrive hours earlier to get through security lines. White House border czar Tom Homan saying ICE agents deployed to airports may remain for a while. That's your Bloomberg Brief, John.
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. Up next on the program, avoiding a falling knife.
Things seem to be in a free fall. You don't want to catch a falling knife. You do get concerned that there is an inflation problem that becomes broader down the road. In the meantime, just let the markets go to wherever they're going.
Up next, we'll catch up with Jordan Rochester of Mizuho, live from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
Success means having the right partner, right where it matters most. With 170 years of expertise, we are unlocking opportunities and driving progress across the globe. And now, we're in the heart of Egypt, your gateway to Africa and the Middle East.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts. Delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
The longest first quarter ever is almost over. Just 2 more sessions. Then we can wrap this thing up. On the month so far, Brent crude up by some 60%, the biggest monthly rally on record. On the stock side of things, energy stocks up by double digits. Refiners on the S&P rallying 24% through the month of March. Check out the equity market right now. Futures a bounce this morning on the S&P up by 0.4%, on the Nasdaq up by 0.3%, small caps up by 0.5%. Bramo, lots of people making up lots of stories about what's happening with multiples. This from Mike Wilson of Morgan Stanley. We think the equity market is less complacent on growth risk than consensus believes. The S&P's forward PE ratio is now compressed by 17%, which is in the range of prior growth scare outcomes in the absence of a recession or the Fed hiking.
Yeah, with Mike Wilson saying we're getting to the end of this washout period and it's really starting to look more attractive. It's the same point that Fidelity was making with the idea of multiples coming under much more pressure, even as earnings actually start to pick up. No one can game out how big of a downward draft this is going to be on a lot of companies, which is why we're watching the ISM Manufacturing Index, in particular prices paid on Wednesday. It might give you the most current, up-to-date view of how much some of the incoming costs are increasing.
Can you get excited about multiples before the earnings cuts have started? That's a question we'll ask throughout this morning. Under surveillance this morning, avoiding a falling knife.
Things seem to be in a free fall. You don't want to catch a falling knife. You do get concerned that there is an inflation problem that becomes broader down the road. Right now, we're still not expecting recession. You have to go well north of $120 a barrel for a recession. So in the meantime, just let the markets go to wherever they're going.
So here's the latest this morning. Traders raising bets higher energy costs will lead to a slowdown in growth. Global bond yields falling with the US dollar headed for its biggest monthly gain since 2024. Jordan Rochester of Mizuho writing, when it comes to understanding where we will trade, think less about taco and more about nacho, not actually changing Hormuz opening. Jordan joins us now for more. Jordan, welcome to the program. With that in mind, inflation versus growth, do you put more weight on one versus the other?
John, good morning. I think inflation is the most important thing. It depends which central bank you're talking about, though. There is, of course, the dual mandate for the Fed, where economists can definitely debate about the growth impact in the US because the labor markets tend to be much more important than the inflation target. But that is just not the case in Europe, with the ECB's explicit mandate being the target for CPI, the Bank of England as well. So, John, it depends which central bank you're talking about. But in Europe, I think it's quite clear the trades will be that the central banks respond to this by demand destruction. The rate hikes that are being priced in by the market will need to be delivered, John, if we stay at these levels of oil, because you will see second-round effects of inflation. Where in the US, you've got the energy independence. You've also got a smaller rise in energy prices. Natural gas prices have barely moved in the US. Therefore, electricity won't be responding in the same way that Europe will. And therefore, you have to really talk about the difference between the two.
Jordan, let's talk about the US side of things. I hear a similar story we all do repeatedly on this program. Just a bit of pushback. The idea being the US economy is in a stronger place, that the labor market might be somewhat tighter than would otherwise be known by looking at the payrolls numbers every single month, and the fact that the fiscal story is front and center too. We're getting tax refunds just as these higher oil prices are hitting. Do you think we're underestimating the potential for second-order effects?
I think so, John. I think never underestimate the potential for the US to bounce back as well. It's a very resilient economy. You had my colleague, Stephen Rasciuto, on the program just last week, I believe, talking about how he doesn't expect any Fed cuts this year. And that was before the war even started. So I think, John, the sort of risk here is that we start to price in rate hikes more aggressively for the US than what's being given credit for. But just think about the second round effects of inflation here. So a lot of economists talk about this being an oil shock, and they kind of forget that it's also about polyester, it's also about fertilizers, it's also about everything to do with helium, and this will feed through to many different parts. That's clothing going up, that's your sort of plastics, your consumer products also responding, and then of course food. And the other point as well that economists are leaning on, because they don't really want to consider the other option, which is this is going to be a quick war. Well, what if it's not, John? What if we're here in June? What if we're in July talking about the same thing? I think what will have happened by that point is you'll have a new Fed chair, and he just won't be able to deliver the Fed cuts that the president hopes that he will. And the rest of the FOMC might be talking about the idea of maybe we have to raise rates.
Jordan, is 2022 a good point of reference when thinking about this moment?
I think it is for trading it. I think it's a playbook that investors can lean heavily on. In fact, if you look at how the currency market is moving, it's following, and the credit market as well in terms of credit spreads, it's following the 2022 movement in price action to the letter. It's quite spooky, really. Scooby-Doo needs to be given a Scooby snack for spotting it. But when it comes to economists, they will tell you it's very, very different. They'll talk about how fiscal policy is not as loose as it was. They'll talk about how job vacancies are nowhere near as high as they were. All these factors, and the fact that inflation and supply chains in China are nowhere near as high as in terms of restrictions that we had at the time in 2022, nowhere near the same. That's absolutely right. But I think that if you just look at the experience of the sort of 1970s and 80s, we've had an inflation shock already. We've now got consumers whose inflation expectations are much more elevated and volatile than they used to be. And we've got employers and firms willing to raise wages and prices much more than we were used to in the period of the Great Moderation. So this is a very, very precarious time for central banks to lean on the idea of this being transitory, because if you have a few months of this where clothing prices, food prices, plastics, etc., not just energy, are all going up at the same time, that to me smells of second round effects.
So Jordan, how much upside do you see for the dollar versus the euro versus everything based on that kind of trading playbook?
Well, that playbook got euro dollar down to parity back in 2022. It was extreme. It was a very euro-focused story, with the US benefiting from the LNG exports and oil exports and picking up the slack from Russia's supply being constrained to Europe. We're following the same path of euro dollar's depreciation and the dollar's appreciation as 2022, but it's all about how long this war lasts. So if you make the assumptions over by the end of this month, then sure, euro dollar heads back higher. We're at 116 to 118, 120, who knows? But if you make the assumption that the strait remains closed and we get to July, we get to September, I really don't want to talk about it, but let's say December, then below 110, 105 parity levels, each month this goes on, we're going to have to lower our forecast for it. So the way I see the dollar appreciating right now is I think we'll get euro dollar down to 112. We talk about 110 if we get there July and onwards. But it's in terms of trade shock, the rate hikes that have been priced into the ECB and the Bank of England, it's helped buffer the sort of dollar strength that you would have usually seen. But we've now had so much priced in for both of those central banks. It's hard for the interest rate story to overwhelm the terms of trade shock that's feeding through.
Jordan Rochester, go away. It's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Jordan Rochester of Mizuho. December. Can you imagine if this went to December?
If it goes to December, I wonder if this idea of a petro yuan actually comes and takes shape. Meaning, if you have to pay a toll in Iran, it's going to be in yuan, and China will be an ultimate beneficiary of that.
Well, right now, nobody is thinking that that's a possibility based on where the futures curve is, given the fact that right now we're looking at $76 a barrel in December. So this isn't exactly a priced-in scenario. A lot of things would have to get repriced, not just the euro.
If it started going on that long, to Anne-Marie's point, things start to change.
Structural shifts.
Yeah, and things start to become formalized, whether you like it or not. And that's Iran ultimately offering a toll. And if you've got a certain flag on a certain ship, you get through, and if you don't, you don't.
Well, over the weekend, we heard from one Iranian official saying we will never go back to normal. We are determined now to make sure that we get a fee for this strait. And I think for the United States, that's very unnerving, because this is an international waterway, not to mention Oman and UAE, which are part of that as well.
Futures right now positive by 0.4% on the S&P 500. Up next, a man who raised his price target on the S&P 500. We'll speak to Venu Krishna of Barclays in just a moment, plus Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners, Clayton Siegel of CSIS, and Ed Al-Husseini of Columbia Threadneedle. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance just around the corner.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
It's premature to talk about a Fed easing because the oil hit takes down growth.
The Fed hiking is not going to get oil to flow more freely. They are going to sit this out.
I see no indications that this is going to go away anytime soon.
We still don't see the potential for rate hikes on the horizon.
The U.S. economy can take a few more punches than the rest of the world.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your price action, the scores look like this. Equity futures on the S&P bouncing by just a few tenths of 1%. We're up by 0.5 following the biggest two-day loss on the S&P since April of last year, down almost 9% from the highs earlier this year. In the bond market, are we beginning to price in lower growth, slower growth? Yields down by 4 basis points on 2s, down by 4 on 10s, 4.39. With this in mind, crude just holding on to these levels. Triple digits on WTI, triple digits on Brent crude, 115, and up by more than 2% this morning.
Yeah, it is an incredibly difficult market to get your head around, given the fact that you potentially have an inflationary shock. You're seeing earnings hold in and actually increase. In other words, in the U.S., the consumer is still strong, and yet we don't know the second-order effects. You're starting to hear about them on the margins. Right now, at least if you listen to the likes of Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, TD Securities, and many others, it is a time to buy bonds because ultimately we have overpriced the inflationary shock long term. Question is, what gives anyone certainty of exactly where we are at such quickly moving news as well as markets?
It's another Monday morning confronting escalation risks. Several stories over the weekend, just unnerving, rattling some investors. This from the Washington Post, the Pentagon preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran. I believe the Journal discussing a special ground operation, maybe Cargill Island. The president gave a nod to that over the weekend. This is where things get even harder.
It does get even harder because while there were discussions over the weekend in Islamabad with a number of countries that want to act as mediaries to try to bring this to a halt, and the president said maybe there'd be a deal, the Iranians saying no. And they were even saying they weren't really represented in these discussions. And then you have all of these reports, Wall Street Journal talking about potentially a special force to go in and seize the uranium, Washington Post talking about maybe more troops on the ground. And at the same time, the president to the Financial Times saying, I want to take the oil, which would maybe be going through Cargill Island, where 9 out of 10 every Iranian barrels goes through.
Multiples have compressed. We've had a decent correction on the NASDAQ 100. Other stocks, single names, some big moves on the likes of Microsoft and Meta. That's been building now for months. This from Stuart Kaiser. Do you want to buy the dip? We are not dip buyers yet. Negotiations show no visible progress, and next escalation steps are very worrying.
We have no idea of the downside risk. Potentially, the sky's the limit when it comes to some of these oil prices. We've heard $200 thrown around. We're hearing about physical shortages in Asia. You can come up with a really gloom and doom scenario. The knee-jerk reaction on Wall Street to look through geopolitical risk has not worked for the past 5 weeks. At what point do we have a sense that you can go back to that buy the dip moment, given the fact that we do not see a pathway out of this?
Brent crude at 115, high this morning by a little more than 2%. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Venu Krishna of Barclays as crude climbs higher, Clayton Siegel of CSIS as the Middle East war widens, and Ed Al-Husseini of Columbia Threadneedle as markets price in lower growth. We begin this app with stocks pairing losses as crude hovers near 115. Venu Krishna of Barclays raising his 26 S&P target to 7650. Writing, we are incrementally bullish on U.S. equities. The macro regime has turned messier, but not hostile. Vinny joins us now for more. Vinny, good morning.
Good morning.
This is a really interesting note that you put out, and thanks for making some time for us this morning. What a moment to raise your price target on the S&P 500. Where's that confidence coming from?
You know, every year we assess our numbers towards the end of the first quarter, when you have the full year, the previous year behind us, the fourth quarter earnings momentum, and that was a process. So while I fully recognize that the macro environment has become more fragile, but we are approaching it from a fundamental perspective. And the news over there is that earnings momentum has actually improved quite significantly. And we ended last year in a much better position than even what we thought. Earnings growth of over 14%. And this year we're expecting that to accelerate 15–16%. Of course, the caveat is that the base case is that this war, which has come out of the blue, does get resolved in the next few months. If that goes out of the window, clearly we have a downside case where S&P we see going down to 5,900.
Messy and not hostile. A few months separates one versus the other. So if we're 2 months into this and these price moves continue, even then you'd be bullish on this market. That's curious. I'm interested by that you wouldn't take down your earnings expectations even if we got another month, 6 weeks of this.
Not yet, right? At least we would wait for this quarter's guidance to come through. Let's see what companies are saying. Everything we're seeing on the ground is that the momentum is significantly to the right rather than the left. But I do recognize, like I said, that the left tail risk has become much fatter, mainly because of this one event risk. But while we can brush aside that, that the market is looking past geopolitical risk, and we have pointed that out, the reality is in the last decade, every geopolitical risk event has been resolved in a reasonably decent time frame, and it has been contained. Now, the risk right now is that it is not contained. In the Middle East, it's gone to Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman. So I think that risk is real right now. But again, the core belief is that we're already in the early stages of negotiations, right? Obviously, the two sides are wide apart. And the single biggest threat to the global markets right now is the control of the Strait of Hormuz, right? And we have to figure out how that gets resolved. There has to be a give and take on both sides. One side is extremely weak, has its back against the wall, but they have a trump card in the Strait of Hormuz.
There are a lot of people who would agree with you, including Mike Wilson over at Morgan Stanley. There is, though, a shift in the dynamic when it comes to inflation and the rate backdrop when you talk about the oil price shock. If you do have companies that are continuing to raise their earnings expectations on the heels of a strong consumer, don't multiples get compressed just by virtue of the fact that rates have to be a whole lot higher?
Multiples have already compressed quite significantly. I mean, I give you the example. S&P is trading below 20 right now. Right? If you look at big tech, we were trading at 31 times last year, beginning of last year, ended last year at 28. Now we're at 23 and change. Same thing with the rest of technology sector. So multiples have already adjusted primarily to factor in what you're saying about the uncertainty of how this plays out. It's the earnings which have not, and they will react, in all fairness, if things go really bad. But we're not there yet. We're not seeing that yet.
I guess another way to ask the same thing is, are we underpricing the risk of true inflation that has a prolonged presence in the system if the economy is that much more resilient than people currently are expecting?
You know, inflation risk is already being priced by the rates market. That's why you're seeing the yield curve flatten quite significantly. The front end is up. You know, so I think we take a step back and say, what if, to your point, if oil stays, let's say, 100 or above for an extended period of time? And then it's a mixed bag, in the sense that there are certain sectors that actually benefit. Clearly, energy, materials, partly industrials are able to pass on price. But the single biggest negatively impacted area is the consumer-facing segments, staples and discretionary. So I think it all boils down to how bad the situation gets, how long it persists, and that will tell you what the implication on inflation is. It's not just inflation. We are not factoring the impact of growth as yet. So in the worst case, it's not just inflation, it's growth. It means your curve can actually get inverted. And we are looking at the 5,900 situation. So what I would say, the tail has become fatter, the probability has increased, but still, if you look at our base and upside case, that is still our dominant view that this will get resolved.
Your bear case, what would oil have to be to get there?
We are factoring in roughly $100 of oil, and that
Why
seems
do you think it's not going to be $100 in the next few months? There's a lot of structural
it's already
changes.
there. It's already there.
Yeah.
Our view is that this is not going to be sustained. If you look at the forward oil curve, that's telling you that this is not sustained. If I look at our own oil analysts, they also expect things to be lower down the line, right? We're talking about 6 to 9 months. So I think therein lies a risk in the sense that the market and the analysts, experts in the area are factoring in some sort of a resolution. But listen, all bets are off if we're talking about 150 or higher oil price for a sustained period of time. That is the single biggest unknown. And unfortunately, I would say nobody, absolutely nobody has a clue as how this plays out.
This is the Middle East. That's that story dealt with. Let's look through that. You're looking through that. There's more to this market than just the Middle East right now. And a lot of the problems in this market predate the start of this war, particularly in tech. Microsoft has lost 30% of its value since the highs of late last year. The Nasdaq's down by 10%. Meta last week got hammered, down 11%. That had absolutely nothing to do with what's happening in the Middle East. Can I get your reflections on that? What's the driving force behind big tech, and where does the leadership come from?
Sure. So I think big tech is one of the most interesting conundrums right now, in the sense that on their earnings front, it's extremely robust. Even in fourth quarter, by the way, over 28%. So, and the rest of tech, outside that, over 22%. So that is a tremendous number. What's happening is the market is clearly focusing on the scale of capital spending. If I looked at our own numbers on what we thought the hyperscalers are going to spend, in December, we expected them to spend $550 billion in 26. Now we're seeing about $715 billion, right? So we're talking about 30–40% increase in capital spending. The biggest uncertainty now is how long are they going to keep spending? Our internet analysts believe that the peak is going to be in 28 and significantly higher than where the market is, right? And I think that is where the problem is. The free cash flow yield has come down. The tech companies are insisting it's an investment in a transformative technology which is going to change the world. The market is a little wary as to how long this is going to happen, and is it going to be a permanently capital intensive business? And that's why as the free cash flow yield has come down, the multiples are adjusting from 31 to 28 to 23 right now. And that's the reason why we actually like that area, to the extent that the rate of earnings growth is significantly faster than the rate at which the multiple is compressing. You will have solid returns. You saw that last year. They, as a group, big tech, returned 23%. S&P returned 18%.
Does it make sense to you that you potentially have a sell-off in these names for investing too much and a sell-off in names that are all going to get disrupted by all the cool things that they create with all of this money?
That is inconsistency, right? How can you have both at the same time? On one hand, you're saying this is the biggest technology and this is the most transformative and the whole world is going to benefit, but they've been penalizing them. I think it's the disruption risk. Nobody knows who within software is going to survive, whether it's SaaS, whether it's security, which models in AI are going to happen. You can certainly expect some massive capital misallocation as well, but there are going to be huge winners and losers. I think it's not clear right now who they are, and we will stay in this limbo. But I like the setup where if your core earnings are still strong and your multiple is coming down, you're effectively now at a PEG ratio, which is less than 1. I love it.
The key call here, though, is you think the CapEx ramp-up continues, even as the market pushes back.
Yes.
That's quite a big call.
The CapEx will continue because, one, we are still in the sort of early to mid stages of this technology's development. Two, these companies have very robust profitability. By the way, in fourth quarter, their overall profitability increased by 150 basis points on 28% plus growth. They are borrowing money from the credit markets. It's minuscule compared to the overall capital structure. It is multiple times oversubscribed and trading significantly tighter than where the IG index is even now. So I think the capital is there. They'll continue to spend because they're scared to be left behind. And therein lies some of the risk of capital misallocation between them. But we have no doubt that this is the future. And you'll see some big IPOs also this year. And we'll see where the dust settles. We like the setup.
The chip makers hope you're right. Let's put it that way. Vinay, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Vinay Krishna there of Barclays with a new call on this equity market, getting more bullish as the weeks go by.
I feel like we should have a new slogan for 2026. Nobody knows nothing, because ultimately we don't understand the parameters, and so everyone's trying to figure out what puzzle they can solve and then say, well, all bets are off if we're wrong on the parameters.
I said last week when the note came out, by the way, I appreciate the boldness.
I love it.
I really do. When people are just sat there paralyzed and don't know what to say, I appreciate the conviction.
It's good scenario analysis, fat tails, sure, but scenario analysis nonetheless that shows the strong position of a lot of companies.
76.50, almost consensus just several months ago, and now very, very bullish.
Yeah, I mean, earlier we were considered to be on the low end, right? And all we did was, by the way, this was in the works. I didn't raise it that particular day.
Yeah.
We had the numbers a week before. When we went to 321, we were $4 or $5 ahead of consensus. The first time in 5 years I was ever ahead of consensus. Now consensus is ahead of me. Unit's 323 from 307. So that trajectory is crazy. And by the way, I think interesting thing to note, I forgot to mention, is that for the first time in a long, long time, by this time typically consensus goes down 150 basis points. Now we're up 400 basis points. That's a 550 basis point delta, right? How do you explain that?
Vinay, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it, buddy. Stocks up by 0.5% on the S&P with an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahira has more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. President Donald Trump says he's ready to make a deal with Iran. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One, the president saying Iran is giving the U.S. most of the demands from its 15-point peace plan. Iran still disputing Trump's claims about negotiations. An Iranian missile strike on a base in Saudi Arabia, damaging several military jets and destroyed a valuable E-3 jet. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg the $300 million plane was hit in an attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in recent days. And the Spanish government announcing it's closing the country's airspace and bases to U.S. planes carrying out missions in Iran. Spanish newspaper El País reporting that the country is only allowing the transit or landing of planes in cases of emergency. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Yahira, thank you. Thank you for the update. Up next on the program, navigating negotiations.
They're being hit so hard, anybody would be negotiating. They are negotiating. They're begging to make a deal. They have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Success means having the right partner, right where it matters most. With 170 years of expertise, we are unlocking opportunities and driving progress across the globe. And now, we're in the heart of Egypt, your gateway to Africa and the Middle East.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
Up next, we'll catch up with Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners, live from New York City this morning. Good morning. The worst week on the S&P 500 since October. On the Nasdaq 100, the worst week since April of last year. That's just last week. This is the bounce this morning, up by 0.5% on the S&P, on the Nasdaq up by 0.5% also. In the bond market, yields down across the curve. We're down by about 5 basis points on the 10-year this morning, 4.38, with crude still higher, just short of 115 right now on Brent crude.
Yeah, people looking at this as potentially a growth shock if it goes on for a long period of time. We've heard from a number of different executives, including the airlines, that should this continue, they're going to increase prices and they're expecting some kind of consumer demand pushback. That said, we don't have a sense of that. So it's basically people throwing darts at a dartboard to understand what the parameters of this conflict are.
Another Monday morning of doing just that with Brent crude at 114.60. Under surveillance this morning, navigating negotiations.
They're being hit so hard, anybody would be negotiating. They are negotiating. They're begging to make a deal. They have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. When this war ends, it's going to be like a rocket ship. I thought oil prices were going to go up higher than they are now. I thought that we would see a bigger drop in stock. Hasn't been that bad.
So here's the latest this morning. The war in the Middle East at its 5th week with no end in sight. Anne-Marie, this is the escalation over the weekend. Iran-backed Houthi militants entering the conflict. At the same time, more U.S. troops arrive in the region.
A lot of individuals in the energy world, they were saying that this would be a serious escalation and a serious risk for oil prices. How much higher could they go if you then introduce another choke point that basically gets cut off? And that's the Red Sea, that's the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. We saw that in 2023. Do you remember all those ships started to avoid the Red Sea because of the Houthis? We could be in a place like that once again. And we should remind everyone, even though U.S. Maritime and you had the UK Navy was there, the British Navy was there as well, it took minimum 6 months for a lot of these ships to agree to even touch the Red Sea once again and go back through there. So this potentially could be a massive risk, not just when it comes to maritime safety, but also energy prices.
In some ways, it's surprising that crude's not higher than it is this morning. The paper market, once again, speaking to the disconnect that so many people are talking about between physical and what's happening in financial markets.
We don't really have a sense of exactly how much physical damage has been done and how long it's going to take to restart some of the production facilities. Also unclear exactly how much of a Band-Aid some of the SPR releases, as well as the Iranian and Russian crude that's been unsanctioned, has really been to cap some of those prices.
This is the take from Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners. She writes the following: there remains no end in sight to the war, and ceasefire negotiations are leagues away from reaching an agreement. Henrietta joins us now for more. Henrietta, welcome to the programme. How much support is there for this operation on Capitol Hill?
I think that's the perfect question when you're trying to put parameters around the realm of the possible here. Lawmakers are gone. They went on recess. They'll be gone until mid-April, and at that point, they still have to deal with a whole host of other issues, from the Warsh nomination to reopening DHS, which is on day 45 or whatever of a government shutdown. The disconnect that I see most prominently is that the market is focused on the war so intently, on oil and gas prices, on the impact to inflation, and lawmakers are gone. So when you talk to members, it's plain that the president has absolutely no pushback politically from his conference, or no meaningful pushback that's organized from the Democratic conference to force a political end. And I'm just trying to suss out from staff and members where their pain points are. And it's really $5 gasoline. It's not $4 anymore. So we're at $3.99, I think, right now.
Yep.
It's not the $4 point that's the inflection metric. It's $5 post the Arab Spring and post pandemic. And really, they have the latitude that they need to perpetuate this war into June, based on my conversations.
Henrietta, it is shocking but not surprising that lawmakers decided to go on their break. Meanwhile, they've caused havoc in terms of TSA agents not getting paid. And on top of that, we are in the middle of a war. And there's a $200 billion request from the administration for Congress to take up. Where does that stand?
I think those are really strong indicators that we are going to perpetuate this war, first and foremost. Never mind the fact that thousands of Marines have now landed and are in the region ready to be deployed at the president's direction. But the president and Secretary of Defense Xauusd have requested $200 billion. Over the last maybe 5 or 6 days, you've seen the Budget Committee chairman spring into action. Lindsey Graham on the Senate side and Jody Arrington on the House side saying, we're going to get you reconciliation. On April 3rd, the White House will lay out its budget request. That will kickstart the process, and then Republicans will be off to the races to give the president whatever he needs on both the military side, but also on domestic discretionary spending, consumer fiscal spend, stimulus to get the American public through the war for as long as it will take. So in my experience, we don't pass reconciliation bills that are less than $700 billion.
Well, what kind of fiscal stimulus could
Sorry,
they
say
do?
again?
What kind of fiscal stimulus is Congress able to do?
There's a couple different things that they could do. The first would be suspend the federal gas tax. That's going to be an 18.4% reduction in the gasoline price, 24.4% on the diesel side. Those are immediate term actions that Congress could do via the tax code that would work under reconciliation. And the rest is going to be on the spend side, from $200 billion to defense, money for Venezuela, money for Pell Grants for farmers. There's going to need to be another $15 billion bailout. And then they could see if they want to extend or expand any of the One Big Beautiful Bill tax cuts. Those benefits that they passed in July of last year have been wiped out per the Bloomberg analysis. After $83 a barrel, you've wiped out the whole stimulus from the One Big Beautiful Bill. So we're well past that.
Henrietta, always good to catch up and great to hear from you. Henrietta Trays there of Vader Partners. There is a dangerous military conflict undergoing in the Middle East right now. The president at the moment is conducting a lot of this. The support, though, has come from a senator in South Carolina. The airports are a mess in this country, and the senator from South Carolina has been seen at Disney World.
Yes, that's what TMZ, and they have photos of him saying basically he had a great convo with Mickey Mouse, and he was at one of these character breakfasts. I guess he's on vacation in Disney World, and there is going to be a tremendous amount of pushback on all of them for leaving town at this time right now. Again, it is shocking, but it's not surprising.
The optics of that are just absolutely horrendous, aren't they?
The optics of people leaving Washington, D.C. to go on vacation while TSA agents are not being paid and people are waiting on 3-4 hour lines to go on their vacations doesn't scream of competency on any level. What we were just hearing from Henrietta Trey's there, the only thing that they can pass is a reconciliation bill with more money to be spent to try to pay off people to make them feel a little bit better for some of the circumstances that have transpired. It is incredibly difficult to see how popularity of this Congress could get any worse.
I know, we talked about this just last week. I wish they'd stop seeing this as Democrats versus Republicans. This is not about Democrats versus Republicans. This is about Congress doing their job to help this country function.
And to build on that, how much does this hurt both parties significantly and make both parties more radical, frankly? Because everyone on either side is going to say, I want someone to go in there and rip the Band-Aid off and make a change. And usually that comes with more radical policies, which is pressuring both sides to the polls.
Sometimes it's nice just to talk about markets, isn't it?
I completely agree.
Equity futures positive by 0.6%. Up next on the programme, we'll catch up with Clayton Siegel of CSIS as Brent crude heads for a record month of gains. From New York City, you're watching Bloomberg TV. A statement from the president just moments ago. Allow me to read through it. It dropped just minutes ago. The United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. The president going on to say great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and for any reason it won't be, if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells and Karg Island, and in brackets, possibly all desalination plants, which we have purposely not yet touched. This will be in the retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 40-year reign of terror. That from the president just moments ago.
He's clearly negotiating at the moment, negotiating out loud. He's talking about maybe, like he said yesterday to reporters on Air Force One, maybe there is going to be a potential deal. He also was talking about the fact that he is dealing with a, quote, more reasonable regime. I think it's important to remember the regime hasn't changed. It is still intact. It was just new individuals that are now rising to the top. Does the president think he can really deal with the foreign minister, who his team dealt with on the last go-around, and the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammed Ghalibaf, who he mentioned as well in the Financial Times? I think that remains to be seen, because right now Iran says they are not open to this negotiation.
If you're in this market, what do you do with that statement? Equity futures briefly at a new session highs up by 0.7% on the S&P. Does that move this story forward at all?
If you believe that there truly are negotiations and a deal will probably be reached, maybe you could see this as bullish. If you feel like this is potentially leverage increasing at a time where it's unclear exactly what the nodes of leverage actually are, it leads to even greater escalation risk if you start attacking some of the key infrastructure for civilians. So you could take it either way. Question that I have is, why is this market really trading on the idea that the deal will probably be reached, according to the latest post from President Trump?
So let's roll through the boards. Let's start with equities. We'll start with equity futures. We'll turn to bonds and finish on crude. Equity futures near session highs up by 0.6% off the back of this. On the Russell, up by 0.7. Yields near session lows down by about 6 basis points on a 10-year, 437. And in the commodity market, crude higher by a little more than 2%, holding on to those levels at 115. So crude has barely moved off the back of this statement from the president just moments ago.
Crude is looking at the physical market, they're looking at the actual destruction, and they're looking at a very different calculus than some of the other markets. It seems like the taco trade is still what everybody wants to lean on. People want to essentially go back and buy the dip. Just really, I'm not sure where this leaves us, given the fact that this does also, if you take him at its word, increase the risk of escalation.
At the same time, to this point, the oil market potentially is, this is the boy that cried wolf. How many times have we heard this president say, if you don't open up the Strait of Hormuz, I will do do this, and then he kicks the can down the road, and we have a new deadline and new threats. Earlier this morning, before the president's Truth Social, Iran's foreign ministry had this to say. They said the U.S. demands for the end of the war are, quote, excessive and illogical. They also went on to say we had never had any direct negotiation with the United States, which has been raised, or messages received through intermediaries, indicating the U.S.'s desire to negotiate. It does not sound like the Iranians want to participate at this moment with having that engagement with the United States to potentially have an off-ramp from this war.
Equities up by 0.6%. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Danny has more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Starting with the aluminum companies this morning after seeing some attacks on aluminum production facilities in the Middle East by Iran. Both Alcoa and Century Aluminum have actually been down since the start of the war, but with new threats of supply constraints as the price of aluminum itself moves higher, these stocks are up by more than 9% this morning. Elsewhere, a little bit of sell-side action. Jefferies upgrading both Expedia and Instacart, saying that the internet names that have sold off with the AI fears have been overdone, specifically pointing out companies like Expedia saying they're going to benefit from AI. They're adopting more tools. It's a buy at this moment, considering how much it sold off. Those shares up 2.3%. Finally, a little bit of deal news. Cisco, one of the largest distributors of food goods to restaurants, hospitals, various businesses, is buying in a $29 billion deal. Restaurant Depot, they're a cash and carry business for distributing foods and supplies to restaurants. Cisco, it's the acquirer. You tend to see them fall because of digestion of such a big deal. Those shares off 4.7% in the pre-market, John.
Hey, Danny, thanks for the update. More from Danny in the next hour. On our radar this morning, President Donald Trump considering a high-stakes military operation to seize nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium from Iran. The Wall Street Journal reporting the plan would involve putting U.S. troops inside the country. Elsewhere, the Senate Banking Committee is planning to hold a confirmation hearing for Federal Reserve Chair nominee Kevin Warsh. Punchbowl reporting it could take place the week of April 13th. And finally, TSA agents set to receive paychecks today following President Trump's emergency order. Agents working without pay since DHS funding lapsed in February. Airports still urging travelers to arrive hours early to get through security lines. And that is your radar this morning. This is our top story from the president just moments ago. The US of A is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. The president saying we're making so-called great progress. But if we don't make progress, if we can't make a deal to open the Strait of Hormuz, in this statement from the president this morning is a long list of threats.
Yep, a long list of threats of what they plan to potentially go after. Desalination plants, some energy facilities across the country. Another threat for the president to want Iranians to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Even if the Iranians were willing to open up the Strait of Hormuz today, and remember, it technically is open, it is just controlled, a new precedent has been set. The Iranians have basically said it is never going back to normal, and we will continue now to collect fees. There is now a Tehran toll. In order to pass go, in order to get your cargo through, you are going to have to pay this regime a lot of money. And that seems to be the direction of travel when it comes to what is going on in what is an international body of water.
This is the escalation threat that's lingered over this market now for more than a week. This is the threat that they will go even further, obliterate their electric generating plants, oil wells in Karg Island, and possibly desalination plants. Now, that would be hugely controversial because that would hit civilians, and you'd have to worry about retaliation across the region as well, which I imagine makes Gulf partners very nervous at the same time.
We can already feel that, and they've already communicated that. Desalination plants, this could turn into a war over water, which is more severe than a war over oil, and that is clearly what a lot of people are concerned about. When you take a step back, you look at whether President Trump can solve this quickly, right? I mean, I'm just going back to the way that the market is sort of breathing a sigh of relief on this, given the fact that maybe this brings some sort of finish to this. It's hard for the physical market to see that sort of progress, given the fact that this is a very different set of circumstances. And it's hard to know who you're dealing with. I mean, can you de-escalate by escalating, given some of the parties involved?
Joining us now to discuss is Clayton Siegel of CSIS. Clayton, welcome to the program. I'm sure you've heard the statement from the president out just moments ago. What's your reaction to it? How are we meant to read into that particular statement from the president?
Hey, good morning, Jonathan. I would say today's messaging is rather escalatory. And I think, as you pointed out, there's really two big concerns here. Number one, we're supposed to be coming ostensibly to the rescue of the Iranian people and trying to loosen the shackles of this oppressive regime. So by destroying Harg Island, by destroying desalination facilities and other critical infrastructure, this would really be doing the people of Iran a terrible disservice once this regime is gone and out of the way. And the second thing, as you pointed out, is the risk of much more severe retaliation than we've seen so far against the Gulf countries that neighbor Iran and even against other critical infrastructure and supplies. I guess I'm not surprised to see the president looking for ways to lever up against Iran because this new control over the Strait of Hormuz and the Mideast Gulf generally is, as you guys have said this morning, kind of the new normal. And it doesn't look like Iran is liable to cede that new leverage anytime soon. It's going to stick with it. It's going to leverage it in negotiations with all kinds of counterparties. And so no surprise that in Washington they're looking for ways to maybe level the playing field and get an edge if there are going to be meaningful negotiations.
Clayton, to that point, this is a signal that a lot of people are taking, that Washington is looking for a way in to a true negotiation that can bring a sooner end to this. Do you see any way for the United States to get an angle to expedite some of those negotiations?
I think that the path to negotiations is open. It's either they're already taking place, as the president has asserted several times recently, or I think that door probably is open, even with the people that are running the regime in Iran, who are, by all indications, more hardline than the previous group that was in control before the wave of assassinations. With that said, yeah, the door is always open to some kind of negotiations, but the question in any market is whether the two sides can come together. You know, what's really the gap between the two? It looks kind of unbridgeable right now, but you never know until the sides get to real talking. So I think that the diplomatic process is where this is eventually going to go. And what markets are trying to price is how much carnage to supply chains and how much of a cascading effect through the macroeconomy is likely before we get there.
Do you think that the market is still underpricing just how high oil prices are going to remain, not necessarily now, but in 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months' time?
I do. I believe that the paper markets, futures, et cetera, are a little bit sanguine, I would say, to use the fancy terms. It looks like they are still expecting a relatively soon resolution, early resolution to the crisis that would resolve this big supply disruption, but we're going to be contending with a supply disruption even if everything ends today. And so depending on the math you use for how much Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates have been able to bypass the strait and get some oil out through the Gulf area, and maybe how much is coming just in a trickle from Iran, you're still looking at a disruption that's been somewhere around, on the low end, 10 million barrels per day for the past month, 3 or 4 weeks. So 200, 300 million barrels is going to be missing from global supply-demand balances going forward. It's going to hit, first of all, in those markets in Asia, and then it's likely to proliferate throughout buying regions in the world. That's got to eventually be reflected in higher prices, which, as y'all have pointed out this morning, have already been manifest in the physical market, what people are really paying for and selling for wet barrels of oil. It just hasn't translated into the futures market because a lot of traders, maybe non-commercials, are expecting an early resolution.
Clayton, how much of a direct threat are Saudi Arabian barrels in the Red Sea right now?
Well, they're under greater threat this morning than they were this time last week because the Houthi militia in Yemen has joined the war. It started in a relatively modest way by firing, I think, a couple, 3 missiles in the direction of Israel, which were intercepted. But the big threat here to oil markets and to the macroeconomy generally is that the west coast of Saudi Arabia, along the Red Sea, where some oil exports have been able to be diverted and still get to market, that could even be in jeopardy if the Houthis get back to their old tricks, which was disrupting commercial shipping in a big way in the Red Sea after November of 2023. So that's the big risk there, is that last kind of escape hatch for at least a limited amount of oil going to world markets could be in jeopardy.
What kind of impact on prices would that mean if we have both these two choke points basically closed?
Well, you would lose another, let's say, 4-ish million barrels per day that's been able to make it to market up until now. And then you'd get the Gulf exports really back to almost the full disruption of, say, 15 million barrels a day of crude, another 5-ish of refined products. prices have to move higher in that case. And I feel like a lot of folks are maybe downplaying the extent to which prices would have to increase in order to balance the market. If you just had to take like 8 million barrels a day of demand off, then you're looking at basically like COVID era 2020 type reductions in use of fuel and other oil derivatives. And so you're really looking at kind of a massive slowdown in economic output.
That is
so
massive
that's
demand destruction.
the market's last mechanism to balance that when you get to those high prices.
Hey, Clayton, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for making time for us. Clayton Siegel there of CSIS. We've said it repeatedly over the last week. Two-way risk. This can go one way or the other, and they are in very different directions if we go in either. The United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime. Great progress has been made. Then there's a major but. If for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, we will obliterate all of their electric generating plants, oil wells and Carg Island, and possibly desalination plants.
The reason why this is concerning to the likes of Clayton is that in the past, Iran's response to this is, you strike us, we strike other regional countries that much harder, and we will attack their civilian infrastructure. That is the red line for Saudi Arabia and UAE, and the reason why this could escalate into something much larger.
And those countries have already seen this when it comes to energy facilities, when it comes to civilian infrastructure. Look at what's going on in some of these aluminum smelters, which immediately moved the market prices. But the president this morning is at least verbally escalating in attempt to de-escalate. Come to the table or this will happen. I think the market is just trying to really digest how serious he is in this moment, or potentially would he give the Iranians a little bit more time down the road.
Brent Crude, 115, WTI 101. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahira has more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. As you all were discussing, President Trump with a new statement on the status of talks with Iran, writing that the U.S. has seen great progress in discussions with a new, more reasonable regime, but threatening to destroy Iran's key energy sites if a deal is not shortly reached to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. China's Xiaomi delivering more than 4,000 of its new SU7 electric sedans in its first week of sales. The company's CEO setting a goal of delivering 550,000 cars this year, a 34% increase from last year. And Apollo is looking south for a possible second U.S. headquarters. According to the Financial Times, the asset manager is considering a new location in several cities, including Austin, Nashville, or in South Florida. That's your Bloomberg Brief, John.
Yahira, thank you. Appreciate the update. Up next on the program, Fed policy on pause.
Everyone realizes that a policy response doesn't help get ships faster through the strait. A policy response doesn't help really offset demand destruction. The Fed hiking is not going to get oil to flow more freely. They are going to sit this out.
Up next on the show, Ed Al-Husseini of Columbia Threadneedle from New York City this morning. Good morning. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance. A new statement from the president out a little bit earlier on this morning. It reads as follows: the United States of America in serious discussions with a new, more reasonable regime. He calls it great progress in the talks so far, but if we don't reach a deal, this is the threat: to obliterate all of their electric generating plants, oil wells and Carg Island, and possibly also desalination plants.
That would be a real escalation that would lead to retaliation from Iran, attacks on other civilian infrastructure. There is a real question here. Does this indicate that they are closer to talks, or does this indicate there is another deadline coming up that we need to pay attention to?
It's a new era for financial markets. These statements just don't move the dial at all. You had an initial spike in equities, and since then we're where we were, up by about 0.6% on the S&P. Similar story in the bond market. Yields still lower by 5 basis points on 10s, and in the commodity market still around 115. There was a time, maybe a week ago, when that kind of statement made a big difference, at least for a few hours, not even a few minutes anymore.
It initially was treated as signal, now it's treated as noise, because ultimately you've got both sides trying to jawbone the market into moving in a certain direction, and people are watching other things right now, like the physical market, like other potential nodes of progress.
So where does it leave the Federal Reserve? Under surveillance this morning, Fed policy on pause.
Everyone realizes that a policy response doesn't help get ships faster through the strait. A policy response doesn't help really offset demand destruction. If oil goes to $150 a barrel, right, there is an element of demand destruction, and the policy response doesn't help with that. So I don't think the market is counting on that. The Fed hiking is not going to get oil to flow more freely. They are going to sit this out.
So here's the latest this morning. Fed Chair Jay Powell speaking at 10:30 Eastern Time. Traders looking for insight as higher crude prices increase the odds of an economic slowdown. Ed Al-Husseini of Columbia Threadneedle writing, it's in the Fed's interest to keep markets on edge. Doubt is their most powerful tool to keep inflation in check. Ed joins us now for more. Ed, good morning.
Good morning.
Is that how you describe this then? The first phase is a big communication push.
I think that's right. You want to create the permission structure for markets to price tight monetary policy up front. Then as we see inflation, as we see growth develop later this year, I think it opens up room for cuts. But the initial stage, you want to make sure that markets feel that the Fed's responding with sort of a whatever it takes posture.
How do you price that sequencing through this yield curve?
I think we've done a good amount of work. We've taken out about 2.5 cuts. We've taken that pricing to roughly neutral, maybe half a hike in the price. We flattened the curve, right? If anything, in the extreme, if this conflict continues, we could invert the curve. And that would be very consistent with the Fed tightening policy in the background to make sure there are no second round effects from this.
So then how do you understand the back end of the yield curve, the 10-year, the 30-year, and the fact that yields have moved higher? Is this a lack of credibility that the market has that they truly can contain inflation?
I think the answer is twofold. One, not yet. Most of the repricing has been in real rates. So it's been a tightening of policy. It's been a tightening of posture. The initial reaction to me is a couple of things. One, there's some technicals behind this. The market was positioned for cuts. It was positioned for a steeper curve at the end of February. We've unwound all of that. We haven't had time to price in the hit to growth in the labor market yet. I think it's starting to get a look now as we get, 30-year yields to 5%, 10-year yields to 4.5%. Those things start to become more durable ceilings. But I think the key question for an investor today is, which part of the curve is overshot? Is it the longer end of the curve or the front end? And I think I put a lot more chips on that longer end of the curve.
So you believe it's going to be a greater growth shock than people previously expected. I'm just wondering how the fiscal lever plays into this, given the fact that the previous declines in growth have been met with huge fiscal responses. And we see a similar type of impulse coming right now, at least in the rhetoric from Congress.
Absolutely. So that's a little bit of a wild card right now. The fiscal posture right now in the background is roughly neutral, not a lot going on. It's a little bit more accommodative in China, in Japan, in Germany. To the extent that there is room to really ramp up fiscal stimulus the way we did after COVID, I think that room is a lot tighter. I think Congress has learned the fact that, look, you really need a different rate environment. You really need a different growth environment to drop stimulus into the economy without facing significant consequences. So I'm seeing a little bit of adjustment on the margin, gasoline taxes and the like, but large fiscal stimulus so far is not part of the picture. But that's a massive risk for bond investors.
Is there a bond market you're worried about? I looked at Japan, highest yields across some tenors since the late 1990s, the UK since 2008, Germany since 2011. Is there a market you're more concerned about versus others?
I think some of the volatility you see in UK rates, for sure, is symptomatic of the fact that, look, there's very little capacity for that market to absorb additional supply. That's one. Two, a lot of the participants of that market are leveraged hedge funds. They move their positions around very quickly. You see that in the rate volatility. But if I zoom out, I would be most worried about emerging markets, particularly local currency emerging markets. This has put significant pressure on them, both directly through the inflation oil shock and indirectly through a stronger dollar. So to the extent that emerging markets were a real sweet spot last year, a really nice runway for cuts, that's gone. And a lot of them will have to tighten policy pretty significantly. So from a growth perspective, that feeds back in a nasty way.
That is just brutal. They don't get just hit once, they get hit twice, maybe 3 times.
And how many people were positioned for emerging markets to outperform heading into this year? They thought that they would benefit from the tailwind of global growth continuing to expand and potentially at a faster pace, the rest of the world outperforming the U.S. How much things have been completely turned on their heads in just 1 month.
Forgive me for shortening this down to about 30 seconds, that's all I've got. Do you think there's an underappreciation still this morning about energy rationing in EM and the hit to growth we're about to see?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're starting to see that in Asia, particularly in East and South Asia. That's starting to play through in the physical markets. It's the place where manufacturing is concentrated and so most sensitive to the inflation and the energy shock story.
Ed, thanks for making time for us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Lots to think about. Ed Al-Husseini there of Columbia Threadneedle on emerging markets and the pain that they're in right now, the hit through energy, the hit through foreign exchange, and the hit through rates.
Yeah, and the hit through having to wait online to get oil because you are seeing a physical shortage in a lot of these countries.
Up next on the programme, we'll catch up with Julie Beal of Kane Anderson Rudnick, Neil Mehta of Goldman Sachs, Nancy Lazare of Piper Sandler, Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance up next.
The level of uncertainty is extremely high.
Things seem to be in a free fall. You don't want to catch a falling knife.
Equity markets and markets generally are resilient.
We still see a compelling stock or equity story ahead.
It's just so difficult to determine what's going to happen next in this market.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, the third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your price action, your scores look like this. Holding on to gains, up by 0.6% on the S&P 500, up by 0.5 on the Nasdaq, following the biggest weekly decline of the year so far. In the bond market, yields starting to run here, bonds starting to rally. We're down by 4 basis points on twos. We saw this in Friday's session. At the back end of the session into the weekend, this is the follow through. We're down 5 basis points on 10s to 437, and crude holding on to gains also. WTI and Brent crude. Brent at around 115, up by 2%, with some encouragement from the president and also a rather large threat. The president saying talks are going well, progress is being made, but if we don't make a deal, there's a big stick at the other end.
So how do people trade this? And ultimately, they don't. Initially, there was a pop in equities, no real move in oil. Right now, people looking at what are the off-ramps, right? How do you have a taco-type trade at Trump? Always checks out, which is not the right way to phrase this at all. But how do you have an off-ramp at a time where it seems to be only escalations that could potentially get you to that de-escalating point?
What's changed in the last week for the better? The answer to that is not a lot. In the last week or so, two-way risk has persisted. This can go one way or the other, conclude, or it escalates. But in the meantime, as it persists, the problems just accumulate. And this was the story on Friday for so many people. The longer this goes on, the problems persist, things start to accumulate, it gets harder and harder to rebound from. And that's what I wonder is starting to click into the bond market. Yields down on Friday, down again this morning, the focus shifting from inflation to growth. We'll see if this holds. It's only a few days, but it feels like the story is starting to adapt, change into a new phase.
Yeah, there is the sort of belief that the longer this goes on, as you say, the worse it's going to get. I find it interesting that initially we were talking about if it goes on for more than a month, it could be a problem. Now, if it goes on for a couple months, it could be tolerable. But if it goes on through December, well, you know, God help us all. And there's this question of at what point do you get that trigger of full capitulation, or have we already seen it? And you now have some analysts coming out and saying you have already seen capitulation in certain pockets, and now people are going back in. Ultimately, I don't know how you get a handle on this market.
What has changed is if you ignore what Trump says, what he does has changed. And that's the sense that there already is a Marine Expeditionary Unit in the region. There's another amphibious assault ship heading to the region, and the 82nd Airborne was already deployed. So things on the ground have actually changed, which show that this administration is serious when it comes to escalating to de-escalating. The president in this truth is just giving the Iranians potentially one last chance for an off-ramp.
Here's another thing that's changed, and it's the data. It's an early read on how inflation's going to look, how things will change through the month of March and into April. This from Germany. CPI year over year. It was 2%. It's now 2.8%. Get used to seeing more of those kind of numbers over the next few weeks.
Yeah, and actually, I would say that these are the data points that actually are going to be much more interesting than even the key jobs figure that comes out on Friday. Not only the CPI that's going to be released in Europe throughout the day, but also the ISM manufacturing numbers and prices paid that we get on Wednesday. That's the real-time information that a lot of people are looking for to understand exactly what companies are having to fork over and what kind of potential hit there could be to growth.
Big hour coming up. Coming up on the programme, we'll catch up with Judy Beale of Kane Anderson Rudnick as President Trump renews threats against Iran if a deal isn't made soon. Neil Mehta of Goldman Sachs with crude prices heading for a record monthly rise. And Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research saying the bond vigilantes are making a comeback. We begin this hour with our top story. President Donald Trump pushing Iran to make a deal, renewing threats to strike energy infrastructure and more. Bloomberg's Jumana Basechi joins us now from Dubai. So, Jumana, on the one hand, we're making progress. On the other, those threats still linger.
Well, I'm going to take you back 8 hours. When I was doing my show, U.S. futures were down 0.5%. And then President Trump gave some comments to reporters on Air Force One. He indicated that they could be making a deal with Iran in the next few days. Futures went positive. And then obviously now he's come out with this post suggesting that they could be probably making a deal with a more reasonable Iranian regime. If not, then, of course, he has threatened once again to strike some of those power plants and key energy infrastructure units in Iran. Now, the point here is who exactly are they talking to? And this is the question that we raised last week. There was an opportunity for the two sides to meet in Islamabad over the course of the weekend. We know that a meeting took place mediated by Pakistan, but with foreign ministers of other regional powers there. We had Egypt, we had Turkey, we had Saudi Arabia. We did not have Iran representation, and we did not have U.S. representation. So most definitely there's an attempt from the region, at least some of the mediators from the region, to push through the diplomatic channels. But then the question is, who is going to be the person on the Iranian side? President Trump himself has said essentially that the Ayatollah is non-present, the new Ayatollah. Nobody's really seen him since he was appointed a couple of weeks ago. You have the Speaker of the Parliament who continues to taunt President Trump on social media and in fact has mentioned his jawboning of the market. And then you have the Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, who just a couple of days ago has mentioned the lack of trust between the two sides. And he specifically referenced the fact that on the day that President Trump pushed back that deadline to April the 6th, Israeli strikes, then the Israeli forces conducted some strikes against steel facilities and those nuclear research facilities in Iran. And on the back of that, they had to retaliate against some of these Gulf Arab states. So there's a question of trust here, but then also who exactly is going to be representing the Iranians on the other side, and whether that person actually has the clout to convince the clerics and also the hardliner Revolutionary Guards. So, as ever, I think you have to read this with a grain of salt, but there is an attempt from the region to de-escalate. At the same time, let's be mindful of all of the troops and the military assets that are being deployed to the region.
Jumana, just one line in the president's statement at 7:30 jumped off the page to me, and it was in brackets. Desalination plants. Jumana, you're in Dubai. How concerned do you think Gulf partners would be about the prospect of them striking desalination plants?
John, Iran actually hit a desalination plant in Kuwait over the last 24 hours. And it hasn't been that, it's sort of gone a little bit under the radar, but actually many Gulf Arab states are very quick to condemn that attack. It didn't actually cause any disruption to water supplies in Kuwait, but it does tell you that this is a key and would be a key game changer for the region, not least because around 90% of the water that we consume over here in the GCC region comes from desalinated water. It would be deemed an extreme escalation and an outcome that everyone over here wants to avoid. So initially, when he postponed that deadline to April the 5th, it was met with a bit of relief. But from Iran's perspective, and at least the fact that they went after this Kuwaiti desalination plant over the weekend suggests that from their perspective, anything is on the table still.
Jumana, I appreciate the update. Thanks for making time for us. Jumana Basechi there of Bloomberg, leading our coverage of this war out of the region. To state the obvious, that would be a major, major escalation.
That is the bulk of the water, as she said, 90%. When you look at some of the regions, it's actually 99% of the water for Qatar, right? So you're talking about some of the attacks here. What you end up with is a crisis that is humanitarian in nature very quickly, and that's what everyone in the region and beyond wants to avoid.
Already we're seeing humanitarian crisis in the sense that there have been civilian infrastructure that's been hit, and also humanitarian crisis on serious levels in Asia when it comes to the energy shock. But if desalination plants were hit, that is going to be massive across the region. And you'd probably see mass migration, individuals just trying to catch any flight out anywhere for safety.
Let's get to the markets. Difficult to make that transition, but we've got to. Let's talk to Judy Beale of Kayne Anderson Rudnick. Judy, welcome to the programme. Stocks are higher, bond yields are lower. Can we sit on the bond piece of things first? It felt like things switched on Friday in the back half of the session where investors began to price in lower growth and lower yields. What do you think's behind the move?
Well, I think people are starting to really recognize that, you know what, I think these oil prices are probably here to stay because there's so much damage to the infrastructure. And if that's the case, we know that there can be real meaningful demand destruction. And a lot of what led inflation, right, in the last period of the 2021-2022 period was just too much demand for too few goods. And so if we have real demand destruction for the worst reasons, right, just the paycheck is eaten so much by oil prices, it is a negative thing, but it does mean that there are limits to how inflationary this time period can be, and I think what it can mean for the overall growth of the economy.
What does it mean for how long the Fed will sit this out before they step in and do something about the hit to growth?
I do think that until we have more clear data, it doesn't make sense for them to make a lot of movements one way or the other. Their biggest problem is just that the data itself is so noisy, right? We've had so many adjustments in terms of jobs. We had all of the problems in terms of the government shutdown. It makes it really difficult for them. And I think that their upside and downside scenarios of whether they make a move, whether it's to cut or to raise, it's high. So for them, I think that there's just more benefit in being able to stand pat before really making a decision.
Julie, there's been a discussion around complacency in markets, a sense that in risk assets in the U.S. in particular, there really hasn't been recognition of some of the carnage that we're seeing expressed in oil markets, particularly physical oil markets. What's your sense of just where sentiment is right now in risk assets?
I think that most people have a lot of anxiety, and there's good reason for there to be anxiety, right? It's not just this. It's, is AI going to continue the way that we're hoping it is? Are we going to see a meltdown in private credit? Most people that I talk to, they're not having a great time at the office these days. But I think that there's a force that's more powerful than that. Let's set aside FOMO. FOMO is something that happens in college. It's POMO, the pain of missing out on a day like last year when we had post-Liberation Day and Trump said, never mind, and the markets rallied 9%. If you were not on risk assets at that time, you had a very hard time making it up for the rest of the year. There's real pain in not being in the market when things revert really quickly just on the blink of an eye. Now, it's interesting, right? Because based off of Trump's comments, people are starting to realize there's a little bit of a boy who cried wolf element to that. But I think that really limits how much people really get risk off. They can be realistic, they can have a little bit of a cash position, but they recognize that things can change very quickly. And if they miss out, it really hurts the rest of the year.
How long can this go on, Julie, before people realize that there's not going to be a quick snapback like what we saw after Liberation Day?
I think that there really has to be a recognition of not just prices at the pump, but prices through the rest of the supply chain, I think is the moment that people recognize that this takes more time than expected. And I think what's very difficult is this war feels very, very opaque to a lot of people. If you remember just the Iraq war, right? Every day on the news, you had images of what was going on there. And now we have an administration that prefers to use memes and cartoons and movie clips to describe this war. So I don't think people have any real indication of what the damage looks like and how long lasting it really is. It's very easy to kind of blow up infrastructure. To rebuild it is very, very painful. And I think it's unclear how companies can really shift their supply chains around when an input as basic as oil, as fertilizer, as natural gas ripples through the rest of the pricing.
Judy, it's always good to catch up. Thanks for jumping on for us. Judy Beale there of Kayne Anderson Rudnick. Her reaction to that statement from the president just moments ago and her thoughts on where we are in this market. Plenty of debate on Wall Street about how well priced we are for a hit to growth. Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson really pushing back this morning. for his note to start the week. We think the equity market is less complacent on growth risk than consensus believes. The S&P's forward PE ratio has now compressed by 17%.
At the same time that you're seeing earnings expectations increase from a lot of companies, and a number of different strategists have pointed to this, adding that the United States is in a better position strategically than the rest of the world based on its oil and natural gas supplies. That said, at a certain point, you're going to start to see consumer demand, and you're not seeing it to the extent that some people would expect in consumer discretionaries.
Just about holding on to gains this morning on the S&P 500, following an almost 9% decline off the highs earlier this year on the S&P. We're positive by 0.6%. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. President Trump posting new threats to Iran. Trump saying that the U.S. will destroy Iran's electric plants, oil wells, desalination plants, and the key sites of Karg Island if a deal is not shortly reached to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The president saying a deal will still, quote, probably be reached. Banks led by J.P. Morgan are facing pushback on the terms of a $7 billion debt deal to fund a takeover of Sealed Air. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that the deal is sparking concerns it could give private equity firm CD&R the option to spin off either Sealed Air's food or protective reporting units. And Air Canada's CEO is stepping down following the deadly runway crash at LaGuardia Airport. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney reprimanded the CEO for releasing a statement in English with only 2 French words. The airline is headquartered in Montreal, Quebec, where French is the primary language. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Hey, you too.
Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next on the program, the Morning Calls Plus, Neil Mehta of Goldman Sachs, with President Donald Trump renewing his threats to destroy Iranian energy infrastructure. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning. Stocks holding on to gains, up by 0.6% on the S&P 500 following a 5th consecutive week of losses on the S&P, the longest losing streak going back to 2022 on the S&P 500, down from the highs by almost 9%. This morning, a bounce of 0.6% following the biggest 2-day decline going back to April. It's been painful in this equity market. It's not just been about the Middle East. Big tech in focus too, and those problems predate this war.
It's a question about how much they're spending. It's a question about AI disruption. It's a question about regulatory pushback, given the lawsuit that Meta lost over social media and the influence there. That said, you do have a growing number of contrarian investors saying maybe this is a time to buy, given the fact that the earnings picture looks pretty good. Question is, how much are those earnings upgrades factoring in the higher hit from prices that we're going to see from oil, that we're going to see from gas for a long period of time?
Are we starting to price in slower growth? Check out the bond market, 2s10s30. Something happened at the back half of the session on Friday. This equity market closed at the lows. The 2-year yield did as well. And we're down another 5 basis points this morning, 3.86. Starting to push out that rate hike stuff and starting to price in a much bigger hit to economic growth.
Yeah, people had gotten carried away, according to some strategists, with how many rate hikes they've been pricing in, particularly in Europe. Now the question is, how much can they really hike rates into a growth shock, as has been every single previous oil spike that we've seen to date?
Brent crude right now, 115. WTI triple digits, 101. That's the price action. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, Jefferies upgrading Expedia to a buy, saying it's less exposed to geopolitical risk. That stock is up by 2.5%. Your second call from Morgan Stanley, cutting its price target on Meta to $7.75, noting fears around Gen AI is weighing on sentiment. Meta up this morning, but down hard last week, negative 11% just last week. And your third and final call from RBC, raising its price target on Kinder Morgan to 35, highlighting commodity prices as a benefit to its estimates. That stock is up by a little more than 1% this morning. Let's down our top story. The president renewing his threats to destroy Iran's energy infrastructure, including Karg Island, if no deal is reached to end this war. Neil Mehta of Goldman Sachs writing the following: if commodity prices surprise to the upside in 27, as our analysts now forecast, it would provide support to our base case valuations, which use a view of $75 a barrel on Brent. Neil joins us now for more. Neil, good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Hey, it's good to see you. Let's break it up. Upstream, downstream, but let's start midstream.
Yep.
How squeezed are all services right now?
Yeah, so I'd say oil services companies, there are a number of them that we do have a constructive view on still, Halliburton and Schlumberger as well, SLB. I would say activity in the Middle East is definitely going to be down. You will see a pickup on some activity here in the U.S. I would say, but as we look at the outlook on a multi-year basis, there are still some opportunities here in the services complex, particularly Halliburton, which is a good blend of the U.S. side and the international side.
Before we turn to the Middle East and the damage done, just on the U.S. side, how tight is the relationship between activity and price?
Very tight. I would say as we look today, EBITDA per fleet is around $18 million. At peak, we were in the 30s. I do think there's an opportunity for some pricing for U.S. land to move back into the mid-20s here.
Before we get to that destruction, how much are you seeing any oil companies considering in the U.S. increasing production in response to the increase in pricing?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time over the last couple of weeks spending time with our management teams trying to evaluate whether there will be a change in activity. And so far, the answer has been it's quite muted. I think when our companies make decisions about taking up activity, they're not looking at the front of the oil curve, which, as you noted, is $115 a barrel. They're looking at the backs. They're looking at 27. They're looking at 28. The deferred oil price is still in the low 70s Brent, and so it's not giving a signal to the market to meaningfully increase activity. And I think the big picture is that the U.S. has gone from 5 million barrels a day to 13 to 14 million barrels a day. So shale is already at a point of relative maturity. Inventory is starting to get dwindled down a little bit. And so the companies have less inventory to aggressively grow into, which is part of the reason we're long-term constructive on the price of oil, because as shale matures, demand still grows, and there are fewer projects internationally. It does set up for a more constructive long-term price environment, notwithstanding the front of the curve, which I think is fairly impossible to predict right now.
Well, the back end of the curve, let's get into that, given the fact that you're pretty constructive on that going higher. In other words, oil prices going higher than they currently are 6, 12, and even 24 months out. Part of that is the destruction to facilities in the Middle East. How much do you see actual real destruction to both natural gas and oil facilities that could potentially take years to come back online?
I think that in our coverage, the one asset that has been impacted is Qatar. The Qatar LNG facility, which is in the process of growing and will continue to grow over the next couple of years. ExxonMobil has two trains that were impacted significantly. It's difficult to know the magnitude of the damage. The operator is saying it could extend 3 to 5 years to get that fully repaired. Some of those expansions, Northfield South expansion and then the Northfield expansion itself, are likely going to be delayed. For our modeling purposes, we push it back about 6 months. And so this global gas glut, which looked very apparent for 2027, does look like it's been pushed out to the right. As far as oil, I think it's too early to make that call, whether there's been meaningful infrastructure impacts. We'll continue to watch it. At a minimum, we need to start talking about putting geopolitical risk premium back into the long end of the oil curve, which in the low 70s doesn't reflect the increased risk, especially with dwindled OPEC spare capacity in the
Let's
market.
stay on that. This is an important topic because some comfort in the equity market is coming from the backwardation in the curve.
Yep.
Just the idea, if you don't follow crude closely, that crude prices further out, looking further out, are lower than where they are right now. How far up do you think they need to come? From the 70s to what?
Yeah, our base case modeling, as we said, was $75 Brent. The bias on the long term would be higher for 3 reasons. 1, shale is maturing. 2, you have demand that's going to grow on our modeling till at least 2035 with a bias that it's actually longer. And 3, when we model the large projects, we call them the top projects that are coming in, there are a ton of projects that came in 25. There are a ton of projects that came in 26. There are very few projects, big projects, that come in 27. And at the end of the day, the backs are also going to be correlated with the extent of OPEC spare capacity. Saudi's producing in the low 10s right now. I think they will struggle to produce well above 10.5 to 11 on a sustained basis. So when you have OPEC spare capacity that has now been dwindled down, along with the maturity of the U.S. and the growth, I do think you need to move higher. We use 75 for modeling. It is not crazy to think of scenarios where the back end needs to move into the 8 handle.
Let's say we get to the 80s. Who's best positioned to take advantage of that curve?
You want to own the companies that have long depth of inventory. And so I think that the stock that we have on our conviction list right now is ConocoPhillips. I think if you have an asset in the United States, meaning lower 48, like the Permian, or Alaska, or Canada, it is inherently more valuable today than it was on January 1st. But you need to have depth of inventory which there are fewer companies that have it. ConocoPhillips is that stock for us.
That stock right now is up in a pre-market by 1%. Neil, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir.
Great to see you.
Neil Mehta there of Goldman Sachs on this energy market and adjusting the long end of the curve.
Yeah, given the fact that there is some destruction to these plants, but really more importantly, and it's the point that Jeff Curry was talking about, that risk premium that needs to go on pricing based on the geopolitical backdrop, something that a lot of people are talking about, doesn't seem to be priced in at this point.
Up next on the programme, we'll catch up with Nancy Lazar of Piper Sandler, looking ahead to a busy week of economic data. Danny has your morning movers, energy stocks jumping on renewed infrastructure threats, plus this. Don't miss this. In a few minutes' time, Anne-Marie back in the studio right now, just getting off the phone from a conversation with the President of the United States. The headlines from that conversation on the other side, that's about 3 minutes away. A lot of damage was done in this equity market last week. On the S&P 500, the worst week, the biggest weekly decline we've seen so far this year, going back to October. On the Nasdaq, the worst week since April of last year. On the Nasdaq this morning, higher by 0.75%. On the S&P 500, likewise. In the bond market, yields down across the curve. 2s out to 30s, 10s down by 5. Call it 6 basis points lower at 437. As these moves hold, Brent and WTI. Brent crude at around 115 all morning, 114.70 right now, and WTI back in triple digits, 101. Moments ago, Anne-Marie on the phone with the President of the United States, speaking to him about where we are in this war.
Very briefly, he said he's very busy this morning, but he wanted to reiterate that he thinks the United States is doing very well. The war, he says, is going, quote, unbelievably well. And then this is what he left me with that stuck with me. They want to settle. He said, that's all I can say. They want to settle. So right now, the President of the United States is projecting and socializing to me and the world that the Iranians want to settle, as this comes off the heels of his long Truth Social post where he's saying almost this is your last opportunity to go to the table, or there's going to be massive reckoning when it comes to what he is calling things that he wants to, quote, obliterate: electric generating plants, oil wells, Karg Island, and maybe even desalination plants.
At the same time, the Iranians are denying they're engaging in a diplomatic effort. Through the Iranian state media again this morning, they say they didn't participate in the meetings in Pakistan. They say the U.S. demands are excessive. The president says we're making progress. I think we're all trying to figure out where precisely we're making progress.
Where is the progress made? Also, when his Truth Social post came out, when he talks about if a deal is not shortly reached, what does shortly mean? Are we talking about days? Are we talking about weeks? Or are we talking about months? So I think it's important to remember not so much what the president says, but what he does. And what has changed over the course of the last week is now we have Marines in the region. We also have soldiers in the region right now. And potentially, given the reporting over the weekend, the President of the United States is weighing sending even more.
There is a self-imposed deadline. That self-imposed deadline currently is April 6th. And now we know the additional threats read as follows from the president: obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Karg Island. And in this statement from the president earlier on this morning, the threat of possibly all desalination plants. And I keep going back to that because I imagine that's going to make partners in the region very nervous.
That's the bulk of their drinking water for civilians. There was a desalination plant that was hit in Kuwait, as we were hearing from Jumana. A question about how much this would escalate. Also a question of how there is some sort of agreement that could potentially come to the fore. It is the fog of war on steroids. There is a sense that nobody can really get a handle of what's going on the ground, what's going on around the ground. And that's part of the reason why there is a huge range of outcomes that are potentially at play here.
And the president, in his truth, and he talks about this a few times, he does feel like the regime has changed, even though it's not what he says, regime change. It's changed within, meaning top brass has been taken out. But a lot of analysts you talk to will say that the individuals he's still dealing with, maybe some of the lower level that are now rising the ranks because the others have been eliminated, they are hardened by what has happened. These are people who are still trying to avenge for Qasem Soleimani, and now they have to avenge for for the Ayatollah and others who were taken out by these Israeli strikes.
That's the setup this morning. Stocks are positive by 0.8%. Let's get you some morning movers. Danny's standing by with more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John, I want to look through some of the industries that have been affected from the war in Iran. First, starting out with the best performing sector month to date. It is no surprise. It is the oil majors, Exxon, Chevron, Occidental Petroleum. They're all up this morning off the highs of this morning. They did seem to reach there after the president's Truth Social post talking about, as you've been saying, negotiations, but the threat of escalation. All of these companies up in the low teens so far this month. Then there are the fertilizer companies. This is interesting because they've had a little bit of a varying fortune. CF Industries, for example, is up 13% month to date, but Mosaic is actually down. The Strait of Hormuz, also an important waterway for getting various components that go into fertilizer, something we've been tracking. These are also holding on to their gains, up around 1.5% for all these fertilizer companies. Finally, the new grouping of companies that have joined in on the rally over fear of what's happening in Iran is aluminum companies. They have been falling month to date because there was a fear of slower growth because of what's happening in the Middle East and that's effect on inflation. But now we learned over the weekend that aluminum producing plants were hit from Iranian forces and strikes. So Alcoa, Century Aluminum, they are up double digits this morning, John, 10.7% and 12.6% for Century Aluminum.
Danny Berger, thank you. Danny, appreciate it. Look out for Danny Berger at the top of the hour, about 25 minutes from now, to guide you towards the opening bell at 9:30 Eastern Time. Looking ahead, a busy week of economic data on deck, wrapping up with the payrolls report this coming Friday. Also later on this morning, the chairman of the Federal Reserve speaking at 10:30 Eastern Time for a preview. Bloomberg's Enda Curran joins us now for more. Enda, how useful, how instructive is this data this week?
Well, look, payrolls is going to be the highlight, John. There's no doubt about it. Expected increase there of 60,000 jobs added, reversing that big 90-odd thousand decline in February. Unemployment expected to stay around 4.4%. There's some idiosyncratic factors there around weather and a health strike behind that rebound. But nonetheless, if those jobs numbers come in on Friday around those numbers, that indicates that the labour market is as you were. It's not necessarily very strong, but neither are we in the mass layoff territory just yet. That, of course, feeds into the whole broader Fed story about, their scope to cut. Are they going to stay on hold? It would surely suggest they have room to stay on hold, perhaps for a little while longer. We also get retail sales this week. That will be important to keep an eye on. Expecting some firm numbers there in the back of car sales. And then, John, as you mentioned at the beginning, we do, of course, have Fed Chair Powell coming out later today. He may or may not give some new signals on what he's thinking about the impact on energy prices and inflation from the Iran war, but probably not expected to move the needle too much, I think, given he just spoke only recently after their policy decision.
And what is the current posture of the Federal Reserve? What do they seem to be getting behind at the moment?
I think it's, look, very much a wait and see, John. We had that a few weeks ago with Chair Powell after the Fed press conference. They don't yet know. It's probably an open mind in terms of how the energy shock will ultimately impact core inflation. We all know that, yes, prices will go, inflation goes up near term, but do they look through that and wait to see what the second round effects are on in terms of people's spending, in terms of the impact on businesses and households? As I say, we get the retail sales data this week. They're expected to hold up, but eventually that shoe will start to drop. We're in the worst energy shock in decades. It is expected that will start to hit business people, small businesses, large businesses, and households. And when that impacts confidence and spending, then you'll start to see, I think, some movement in the Fed debate. But right here, right now, I think it still remains very much, they don't yet know, too much uncertainty, and they kind of want to see how this plays out in the weeks ahead.
They're looking to sit this one out, at least so far. Enda, thank you. Enda Curran down in Washington, D.C. Nancy Lazar of Piper Sandler writes the following: ignore the unreliable and often revised payroll data, which are currently weak. Nancy joins us now for more. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning.
Is this war another reason to ignore?
For sure. Payroll employment is just a lousy data set. If you were the company that produced payroll, would you as an investor buy that company? Their data are constantly being revised down. Since 2022, 80% of the time payrolls were revised down, and then at the end of the day, we got the QCEW data, and it was revised down another almost 900,000. So to be sure, the war could clip employment growth, but payrolls are not the data to look at. Unemployment claims are a much better measure of actually what's going on from the labor market perspective.
Well, looking at claims, it screams things are absolutely fantastic right now, around 200K.
Yeah, I did some work over the weekend, and unemployment claims have high correlation with swings in employment. I tend to use the household employment data, and they're suggesting, if anything, we should be seeing a reacceleration in employment growth. We saw the regional Fed manufacturing indices last week, and their current and future employment indices were all up. And so claims aren't the only measure out there suggesting the labor market is healing.
It seems like the labor market right now is taking a backseat just because it's a slower moving train than some of the other indicators that could be coming out. We got earlier, as John was mentioning, German's preliminary harmonized CPI, which came in at the fastest pace in about a year. You have the ISM manufacturing data coming out from the United States. How much more important are these data points, given the fact that we're looking for real-time influence?
So higher oil prices impact CPI data very quickly, if not immediately. And so we would, it's not surprising you saw the German data. We're going to get our data later in the month. They're going to show a pretty big increase of 0.6%. But historically, it does take time for changes in oil prices to work their way into the economy. It can't just be a one-time blip. It needs to be a sustained shift up. And so I would argue that looking at the employment data that we do have that's reliable, the fact that it's healthy, is a sign that we have a pretty strong backbone. I overuse that word, pretty strong backbone in the U.S. economy. Business confidence is solid. Earnings are improving, not just large companies, but smaller businesses. And so to be sure, this oil could derail things. But at the end of the day, going into it, unlike 1990, unlike 2008, the backbone of the U.S. economy is pretty healthy.
There are two potential scenarios. On one hand, this would be a real hit to growth and potentially would pressure the Fed from having to or being able to raise rates in response to some sort of shock. On the other hand, if you do think that the economy is that strong, why isn't this even more of an inflationary shock that would prompt some sort of response from the Fed?
Well, the economy is solid. I don't want to say it's strong and at risk of overheating. There's a difference. We are in the early stages. Our view was of a reacceleration in the economy where you don't yet have labor market strains, where you don't have a labor market, to say the least, that's too strong. So we're early stages in this improvement in the labor market. So our argument would be energy is a tax on the U.S. economy, similar to what we saw in the world economy, similar to what we saw with the tariffs a year ago. And actually, the Fed in the back half of 2025 cut rates because it was a headwind. We're not looking for any change in Fed policy. That's not what I do. But given economic conditions, we would argue that the Fed doesn't need to cut rates. And this health in the labor market and business confidence and manufacturing surveys would all point in that direction.
Nancy, it sounds like you think what the Fed does is what they did with tariffs. Look through it, it could potentially be a hit, but it's only once.
Yes.
Price adjustment.
Exactly. It was a one-time hit. They understood that. This is very different than the 1970s. This is not stagflation a la the 1970s, when you had double-digit increases in both money supply and government spending. The Fed way behind the curve, shoving rates down too low. Nixon put in place wage price controls, 71, 73, which totally distorted the inflationary backdrop. And so this is not a stagflationary environment. We think this is an obvious temporary risk to the economy associated with a one-time hit to higher oil prices.
How do you define temporary? We're already a month in.
Good point. The duration does matter here. And our view has been that it takes time for higher oil prices. We saw that back in 2021. Oil rose sharply in 2021. And it wasn't until early 22 that you started to see the effects of that. So if this were to last for 6 to 12 months, then I would worry. We have 3% kind of as our base case for growth in the United States. 3% this year, 3% maybe even in 27, given monetary fiscal policy and productivity. But at the end of the day, if you do move up toward 100, 120 and stay there, that 3 is at risk of shifting down something closer to 2%.
Nancy, good to see you. Thanks for the update. Thank you. Nancy Lazada of Piper Sandler. I don't even want to begin to think about what it would look like if the Strait of Hormuz was still closed 6 to 12 months out.
This is all people care about. And as we were talking about why the labor market report isn't going to matter, Andrew Hollenhorst puts out a note saying the labor market report isn't going to matter. Even if the jobs report is more surprising, energy prices may continue to dominate fundamental economic data in the U.S. In other words, we can't game them out, but those concerns are what hover over every single projection out there on Wall Street.
And the Strait of Hormuz at this moment is just one risk, now added with the Houthis entering into the conflict this weekend. Potentially, if you start to see any sort of conflict or the Houthis firing off missiles or drones in the Red Sea, that is also going to impede the flow of traffic in the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And then you have 2 choke points. I don't see how Brent stays at this level. I don't see how it doesn't go closer to $150 a barrel.
Brent right now around 115, 114.50. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. President Trump posting new threats to Iran on Truth Social. Trump saying that the U.S. will destroy Iran's electric plants, oil wells, desalination plants, and the key sites of Karg Island if a deal is not reached soon to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Anne-Marie spoke to the president a few minutes ago, and he told her Iran wants to settle. The Spanish government announcing it's closing the country's airspace and bases to U.S. planes carrying out missions in Iran. Spanish newspaper El País reporting that the country is only allowing the transit or landing of planes in cases of emergency. And for the first time in more than 50 years, NASA is sending astronauts back to the moon. The Artemis 2 mission is set to launch on Wednesday. It will take the astronauts on a 10-day journey that will go to the moon without landing and then return to Earth. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Appreciate the update and thanks for this morning. Up next on the programme, we'll set you up for the day ahead. Plus, Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research saying the bod vigilantes are making a comeback. That conversation up next.
Inflation risk is already being priced by the rates market. That's why you're seeing the yield curve flatten quite significantly. The front end is up. So I think we take a step back and say, what if oil stays, let's say, 100 or above for an extended period of time? In the worst case, it's not just inflation, it's growth. It means your curve can actually get inverted.
That's the worst case. It's not their base case. That was Venu Krishna of Barclays. The base case is earnings are going to be fine. And this S&P 500 could climb to 7650 by year end. They actually increased their target on the S&P 500 in the last week against the backdrop of a war that continues. Equity futures near session highs, up by 0.8% on the S&P. On the NASDAQ, up by 0.75%. Yields are down across the curve, 2s, 10s and 30s. 10-year bond yields declining by 6 basis points this morning, 436.61. And crude elevated, holding on to gains. Brent crude around 115 all morning. WTI around 100. Anne-Marie, about 30 minutes ago, on the phone with the President of the United States. The President saying we're making progress and they're desperate for a deal.
Yeah, he says the Iranians want to settle. He said, that's all I can say. They want to settle. It's very different than what we're hearing in terms of what the regime is saying. They're saying that they're not really engaging right now when it comes to the diplomatic talks, which we saw take place over the weekend when it comes to Pakistan. I think the President's Truth Social today basically giving the Iranians one last-ditch effort, because you have to remember, it's not just what the president says, it's what he does. And now there's a mass amount of troops right now that are trained for things like taking over an island. So potentially when the president tells the FT as well, we want all the oil, that means Karg Island.
For market participants, this is a complex moment. Lisa's talked about this a million times. How do you get an edge in a moment like this? What is your anchor looking at 6, 12 months, maybe beyond? How reliable is the economic data? We've got a week full of it. You'll get payrolls on Friday. The Fed chair speaks later on this morning, 10:30 Eastern time. A lot of people think he's just going to sit this out. Can't really get guidance from the Federal Reserve. They're not going to provide an anchor for you. The data on Friday is not going to provide an anchor for you because a lot of this is subject to change in the next several weeks.
Which is why things have been swinging around such significant degree. One thing that people are doing is analyzing what they know, which is the earnings expectations that have been going up, which is the reason why Vina Krishnu, as well as Mike Wilson over at Morgan Stanley, have been upgrading their expectations for equities. That said, we don't understand the monetary policy response and we don't understand the fiscal policy response. And those are two key components to this entire situation.
Let's turn to the bond market. Think about where we closed on Friday going into the weekend. These kind of levels. A 10-year bond yield at the highest level we've seen since last summer. In the UK, the highest level since 2008. In Germany, the highest level since 2011. In Japan, the highest levels we've seen since the 1990s. Are the vigilantes back? This is what Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research has got to say. The bond vigilantes are back, taking matters into their own hands and tightening credit conditions. Ed joins us now for more. Ed, welcome back to the programme, buddy. Let's just sit on that, because some people believe that maybe the buying has started on Friday and continued into this morning. Where are you on that?
Well, I think we're going to continue to see bond yields fluctuate at these levels, which are relatively high and relatively tight in terms of their impact on the credit markets. Clearly, we've got a bullish and bearish tug of war going on here. This morning, you folks, Bloomberg has you've posted an article on how bond yields have come down a bit, and suddenly the market focusing on the fact that this oil shock could slow global economic activity. On the other hand, we got to these high levels over the past few weeks on worries about higher inflation, and I think it's pretty clear that inflation is going higher. It's not clear that the global economy is going to be as weak as the bond market would like to see, but we'll have to look. As you said, a lot of known unknowns and unknown unknowns.
For sure. Do you think the fiscal offset that some countries might provide to cushion the energy shock might contribute to higher bond yields from here?
Well, I think clearly inflation concerns have mounted. In turn, that means that monetary policy, which was widely expected to ease around the world, now is expected to not to ease and possibly to tighten. And as you add here, there's also a concern that governments around the world are going to have to spend more on defense, so that's going to increase deficits, and then they might also need to spend more on stimulating their economies if we get a real kind of stagflationary environment with the emphasis on the stags, much slower economic growth.
Ed, we've talked about bond vigilantes coming out of hiding and then quickly going back into hiding time and time again over the past couple of years. Are we really reaching the point at which bond markets are not going to finance some of the fiscal hopes and dreams of developed market nations as they face off with another shock?
Well, it's a good point, and I think the bond market clearly has the attention of politicians. We saw that just last year with Liberation Day on April 2nd, when Trump imposed his reciprocal tariffs. And by April 9th, he postponed Liberation Day because of the backup in bond yields. So the bond vigilantes do get the attention of the folks in the White House. And by the way, I think that's one of the reasons they might have postponed their 2-day ultimatum into a 5-day ultimatum and then a 10-day ultimatum, as they were concerned by the backup in bond yields and by the weakness in the stock market. So the financial markets are having a vigilante impact on policymaking.
Perhaps they are, although there is talk right now in Washington, D.C. of Congress coming together with another stimulus package as part of the reconciliation of the current dispute going on. What do you think the market's response would be to that? I'm talking about 10-year yields in particular.
Well, I think it's any continued widening of the deficit, I think, is fundamentally a bearish development. And so stimulus, before the war, we all thought there was plenty of stimulus coming from last year's tax bills, with the refunds likely to be as much as $1,000 extra for a lot of people. And that's still in the pipeline here. So we already have fiscal stimulus. Arguably, we also still have monetary stimulus from the easing that started a year and a half ago, and to provide more fiscal stimulus. And then the president's asked for $200 billion in additional defense spending. Well, that's a billion here, a billion there, becomes $1 trillion pretty quickly. And we all thought the bond market had kind of learned to live with $1.5 trillion in deficits. Now let's see if we may be stress testing the bond market to see if it can live with $2 trillion deficits at an annual rate.
Ed, always good to catch up. Thank you, sir. Ed Giardini there of Giardini Research. It's an interesting situation how consensus has shifted. Coming into this year, consensus view was cyclical bounce. And now consensus view is you won't get second round effects from the inflation spike because the economy's not as strong. I find it difficult to reconcile those two views.
Either you believe that the earnings expectations are going up at companies because the economy is strong and then you've got a pass through of inflation, or you believe that demand destruction is going to come into play and then some of those earnings expectations have to be overly optimistic. You are absolutely correct. Which is it? And ultimately, this market is not choosing. This market is confused, and rightly so.
Confused, rattled by a war in the Middle East. The president speaking to Anne-Marie a little bit earlier on this hour, saying that this is going to wrap up pretty quickly based on the conversation you've had and the progress they're making in talks so far.
He says the progress of the war is unbelievable, but then we are all you, family.
companies here are very, very numerous. They say that even if the government offers them a lot of money, that wouldn't be enough, because what's at stake here is their way of life.
Hello, I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha with our extensive coverage of the developments out of Iran, the U.S., and Lebanon. Iran says there are no plans for now for a new round of negotiations with the U.S. and Pakistan, despite President Trump sending a team. That comes after U.S. Marines seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran says it will retaliate. The standoff over the Strait of Hormuz pushes oil prices up again, adding more uncertainty to the global economy. And in Lebanon, the Israeli military warns people returning to the south to stay away from several villages. Tens of thousands of people are left homeless. Iran says there are currently no plans for a second round of negotiations with the United States. Speaking in Tehran, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, Ismail Baghai, said Washington has shown it's not serious about diplomacy. A ceasefire between the United States, Israel, and Iran is due to expire in 2 days. Earlier, President Donald Trump confirmed that U.S. negotiators will travel to Pakistan for a possible second round of talks on Monday evening.
We truly do not see any serious signs of resolve on the part of the United States. On the contrary, there are repeated and numerous indications that no seriousness exists in the U.S. when it comes to advancing diplomacy in its real, conventional sense.
Those comments come after the U.S. Navy fired on and seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship as it was heading toward Bandar Abbas. Central Command says Marines boarded the vessel, arriving by helicopter from the USS Tripoli. It says the ship ignored warnings for more than 6 hours. We'll be speaking to our correspondent in Islamabad in just a moment. But first, let's go to the Iranian capital. Tawhid Asadi is live there. Tawhid, based on what we heard from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, Ismail Baghai, the prospect for more diplomacy seems to have dimmed substantially in the last hour or so. Have there been any more remarks from Iranian officials expanding on this?
Well, so far we don't have any official confirmation whether Iran is going to take part at the negotiations or not. And the entirety of the rhetoric that we hear from Tehran is a mixed message based on both positive and negative signs. But over the past 24 hours, I would say it's more of a negative sign. And they are citing different reasons for that. First, they're saying that the blockade related to the Iranian ships and also the situation at the Strait of Hormuz, and third, the situation when it comes to Lebanese front. These are all actors and factors adding layers and layers of the intricate situation that we are witnessing. We heard from the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghai, coming out to say that at this very moment, the country has made no decision to take part in the negotiations. Meanwhile, he said that the blockade and the attack on Iranian commercial ships are among the factors that Tehran considers basically as a breach of agreement. He also says that Tehran is going to act based upon the national interest of the country, and simultaneously we are hearing a parallel rhetoric from the military sphere as well as the spokesperson himself, who came out to say that Tehran is ready for the other scenarios, including another round of confrontation. On that, he said that our armed forces are ready to defend the country with all strength and decisiveness. Meanwhile, there is this strong lines of criticism that the country is directing towards the United States for, quote-unquote, what they're calling the contradictory and changing attitude of the United States and their demands when it comes to negotiations. However, the Iranian side in that regard is saying our demand, our picture when it comes to the concessions, when it comes to the red lines, are clearly defined, are clearly actually communicated to the other part. And also, They are saying that at this point, this is the United States that is responsible for insecurity and instability in the Persian Gulf or at the Strait of Hormuz. All in all, we can say that we are dealing with a highly intricate situation. As the clock is ticking, we know that the ceasefire period is about to be ended, and we have to keep waiting to see whether diplomacy at the end of the day could end up in a long-lasting solution.
All right, just stay with us, Tawhid. We're going to go now live to Islamabad, where those talks are set to take place. Kamal Haider joins us live from there. Kamal, Pakistan has been preparing for a second round of talks. They've been attempting to pave the way for more diplomacy. Have you heard any new details from officials there since Iran's foreign ministry announced that there were no plans to travel to Islamabad?
So far, there has been no comment from the Pakistani Foreign Ministry or any high official. Pakistan, of course, has been preparing and is ready. We even have the forward elements of the U.S. team in Islamabad. Several aircrafts have been landing at Noor Khan Airport. We had several land yesterday, but we also had one aircraft landing today. So it appears that while the Americans are ready, there are some question marks as to whether the Iranians will come or not, given their fresh statements from the foreign ministry. Analysts here believe that the U.S. action to attack an unarmed merchant ship does not augur well for diplomatic efforts. Pakistan has invested a lot of time and energy in trying to bring the two sides together. The Pakistanis, of course, will be frantically trying to convince the Iranians to come to the negotiating table. Once again, the Pakistani military chief has been to Tehran. He spent 3 days there, intensive talks over there as well. The Pakistani Prime Minister and Foreign Minister were in Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, also for consultation and bilateral talks, and also to address the key issue of the future of peace and security in the Middle East. So it will be important to see what happens within the next 24 hours, whether there will be a change of heart in Tehran, whether that team will come to Pakistan. We shall know within the next 24 hours which way this is going. But the U.S. team appears to be ready to hold that second round. It is now a question mark as to what really happens within the next few hours, as I mentioned.
Hey, Kamal, let me just ask you, Pakistan has invested so much into trying to get these talks off the ground, to continue them. How difficult is it for them at this stage, based on how much effort they've put into this, that everything is still so perilous and still so uncertain?
Perilous indeed, because if you remember during the first round of talks, when the ceasefire was announced, the Pakistani Prime Minister put a message on X saying that it would apply to all allies. And of course, after that, we saw a blatant, indiscriminate attack by the Netanyahu regime on Beirut. That, of course, put spanners into the works. The first round was inconclusive. It was not exactly a breakdown, but there was no breakthrough. And of course, that meant that there was room for a second round of negotiations. Intense diplomatic efforts were put into place in order to convince the Iranians to come back. But after the attack on the Iranian merchant ship, the situation has indeed become complicated. Pakistan has excellent relations with Tehran and Washington, and all attempts will now be made to try to convince the Iranians, and of course also to convince the Americans to give some confidence-building measures. That would include the opening of the Straits of Hormuz, because while the Iranians closed the door on the Hormuz, people say the Americans have put a padlock on it. So the Americans also will have to step down from the brink, and also the Iranians will then reciprocate. So all eyes, of course, will be on that ceasefire, and it will also be important to note whether the Americans will reconsider their plans to stop acting with the blockade in the Straits of Hormuz. So Pakistan will make frantic efforts, even to the last minute, in order to salvage the peace talks.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider live for us from Islamabad. Thanks.
Terra is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is
9 a.m. in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and here in Hong Kong, you're watching The China Show. I'm Yvonne Mann with David and Glenn.
Good morning. We're counting down to the open of markets in Greater China. Let's get to your top stories today. Oil and gas jumping while stocks are trading with caution after a fresh escalation in U.S. and Iran tensions and a continued standoff in the Strait of Hormuz.
Tehran vowing a response after the U.S. Navy seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship as President Trump again threatens to destroy Iran's power plants and bridges.
Also ahead, Beijing slaps fines on food delivery platforms, including Meituan, Alibaba, and PDD for failing to filter out unqualified merchants.
And two Shanghai government-backed brokerages planning a merger to create a firm with around $86 billion in assets.
Good morning. Happy Monday morning from the Asia Pacific. We're starting things off with just a touch on breaking news right now in terms of the loan prime rates as scheduled out, as expected, unchanged on the 1 and the 5 year, which I guess in many ways talks about how the economy is certainly where that is fairly static. And as far as rates go, and I think when you look at the direction of travel on rates, we'll get into this later on, why we are seeing rates pushing even lower, yields, repo rates, and what have you. But yes, loan prime rates out of the gates unchanged for both 1 and the 5.
Yeah, we still got to talk about what's been happening the last 72 hours, which just goes to show, excuse me, how erratic this Iran war is. You know, we were leading up to the weekend with so much optimism that there was this ceasefire, that the Strait of Hormuz was open. I think things quickly changed in the last few days.
Yeah, how quickly headlines can change. In fact, the oil price is just really everything you need to know when you look at a 3-day look at oil prices right now. 90, let's call it 95.50 on Brent. We're effectively back to levels before Iran said on Friday, Asia time afternoon, I believe, that the Strait was open. And then let's just call it the weekend happened. And here we are with oil prices retracing their way all the way back up, and energy markets in the equity markets reflecting the drop that we had on Friday. So we've yet to actually see that play out in equity markets in the energy space. But yes, this is a fast evolving story.
Yeah, so you got a question, is $100 oil back in play here after the plunge that we saw last week? We're not quite there just yet, but we have to see what happens given that this ceasefire is scheduled to end on Tuesday. But we do have the likes of the U.S. delegation, J.D. Vance and co. that's heading to Islamabad Monday night. So this coming at a time when we have seen most equity markets, or some at least, the major ones, reverse most of their losses in March. And now a key question is, are we putting that buy the dip mentality to the test now?
Yeah, well, we'll see.
I tried everything, coffee, Pomodoro, and binaural beats, but nothing stuck until I tried this.
this game, you're not ready for it.
Hij maakt een soort film van, dus je kunt hiermee scherp stellen, zou ik zeggen. Die andere is
Biertje erop? Hoe maak ik een foto?
Scherp stellen, en dan die en dan door.
Ja, ik moet hem nog even scherp stellen. Hij staat hier.
Dat is niet scherp stellen. Scherp stellen moet je hier op de film tikken. En dan daarna je auto drukken, dat je daar moet scherp stellen.
Maar nu staat hij gewoon.
Dit is een zwaarmedaillon. Dat is ook een plat. Ik denk dat nog
Genau gegenüber, wo vielleicht zum Hobby macht, was da rechts zum Hobby. Und links, wenn es etwas 150 Meter, das siehst du schon auf der rechten Seite, aber das kenne ich schon. Das war so klein, kommt man rein. Gegenüber ist das Holz. Was du dafür vor der Zug vorbei. Wenn du von Berg kommst, du fährst dann rechts Richtung Volksrichtung. Aber der Kirchengrund weiter. Und jetzt beim Brünnmann oder beim Sport? Dann geht rechts und zum Obi. Obi und Frieden hat drin. Unser Ding ist drin, der Scheinwerfer sitzt da. Wer auch die Autos.
die Schnitzel die Gegensatz.
Ja, der Nürnberger Straße. Ja, wenn du von da kommst, wenn du weiter links nicht so lang mit uns, so ganz oder links oder rechts. Da fährst du rechts zum
Jede ist das auch mit Champignons. Ja. Danke. Danke.
Dan is links de neue Markt.
Kijk, die echt schrift.
De neue Markt. Voor de Nürnberger Straße Krankenhaus, dann vor der Kirche, dann ist vorne der Kreuzung mit der neuen Maus links und Grodas geht in die Altstadt. Und da bin ich jetzt dann rechts, und da fährst du vielleicht 700, 800 Meter, dann geht rechts und dann zum Oben. Ganz genau. Und da wenn du jetzt links fährst, nach 250 Meter, da ist die alte Seite.
Der Rost ist ja vorne rechts, ist die Werkstattgebiet.
Ganz genau.
Der Ding ist da der
Oh, dat is de camper.
Auf der rechten Seite. Und mit jeder Straße, da waren die alle jedes Mal ein Bauer. Mit jeder Straße wird jetzt geschlossen. Dann guckst du auf Hüting.
Fris moeten gebruiken, maar dat is een beetje raar.
Großgruppe sucht ihr die Zeit. Lekker bezig. Doppelt so old wie Sie.
Ja, maar ik straks allemaal goed straks ze uit alles voorlaten maar welk geluid worden.
Ik ben doppelt so old, aber ich habe das nicht so
Weil wir ganz anders schwenken. Weißt du, Löwe und Gitter.
Ik heb toen die recht voor jou tussendoor smiddags ook. De kabelbaan, ik heb al zitten kijken, kabelbaan is niet zo in de buurt als de vorige keer.
Ich habe sie da runtergeschraubt.
Klein haasje voor jou. 2 foto's was het. Je zit veel beter uit dan ik zat vroeger te zweten zonder airco. Dan ik zet het bandje achterop. Spelletjes en die telefoon, nou ik had een telefoon en spelletjes. Ik had gewoon een Walkman en een stripboek. Wij zijn blij met het waar we nu leven.
Opa, hier gehen. Ich brauche mit dir gehen. Da haben sie Also servus, schönen Abend, gell? Ja, tschüss, schönen Abend noch.
op die camping zijn, ook al zijn ze Duitsers, dan hebben tenminste een paar mensen. Maar in dat filmpje was een meisje toch?
Dat is eigenlijk echt wel ingenieurs en zeggen.
Nee, dat snap ik, maar dan komen er dus wel wat kinderen. Als er gewoon een paar kinderen zijn, dan gaat iedereen automatisch op elkaar opzoeken. Als er zo'n kleine camping is, dan heb ik automatisch gewoon wat mensen.
Ja, dat is beter hè, dan tot 10 uur doorrijden en dan in het donker alles opzetten. Dan kun je tenminste gewoon relaxed eten en dadelijk. En dan zie je, dan gooi je nog tijd weg.
Maar dan maken we niet stoppen zetten.
Nee, maar dan je kan beter eens kijken. Maar ik dacht alleen dat stukje waar wij stonden, dat alleen maar was. Maar daarboven was ook nog. Ja, daar hadden we ook wel lopen kunnen doen. Tenminste, kan je afvragen wat een slecht auto heeft.
Echt niks te doen, zo.
Ja, nou bij een beetje.
Ja, oké.
Ja, schoon is goed.
Weekend Enkulu is here. Stand a chance to win 15,000 Rand. Enter online and rent a smartphone with PhoneYam and make your long weekend happen. 10 weekly winners. Apply online at phoneyam.co.za. Everything good becomes a-yam with PhoneYam.
PhoneYam.
Ja, Nou, maar zo smakelijk. Ja, dank. Zie je wel. Maar dat vond wel niets.
Das musst du wieder.
Ja.
Wer wollte da die das sonst wissen? Siehst du es gerne sehen?
Iets boer bij, hè? Ja.
Als wij niet op weg niet te komen.
Gaat wel mee, toch? Zo weet je, op 20 euro betalen en dat je denkt, de helft krijg je en hoe krijg je beter. Lekker. Zo, Duitsland.
Kijk, weet je, dat is gewoon Nederland. Als jij voor 17 euro van Stiesel bestelt, dan moet je willen dat je daar hebt.
Maar ik snap niet dat dat niet mogelijk is.
Ik ook niet, want het lijkt me wel.
Ja.
Denk, ja, we doen al zo.
Het zijn ook
In Nederland zijn de prijzen in de supermarkten anders.
je wilt niet veel op in Duitsland geweest.
Ja, met inflatie. In de horeca.
Ja, maar in Duitsland is het goedkoper dan in Nederland. Mensen gaan nu naar Duitsland om puur alleen om boodschappen te halen.
Ja, vooral voor de sigaretten.
Ja, sigaretten, drank. Gewoon eten soms. Het gaat ook.
Ja?
Met die grote.
Wat schijnbaar goedkoper is inderdaad drank, verzorgingsproducten zoals douche, dat soort spullen. Levensmiddelen weet ik het zo niet.
Sigaretten ook goedkoper.
Ja. Dat is van Debbie. Dat is van Debbie.
Maar die maakt draait ze zelf. Ja, maar maakt zelf wat sigaretten.
Dat snap ik, want je zo
Een collega van Anouk, Carl en zijn vrouw ook. Carl heeft is tegen 65% in de kant geweest. Als de mensen stoppen met roken, ja, ineens zien ze het licht, hè? Oh, misschien moet ik toch wel stoppen.
Oh ja, de mensen zeggen, nee, ik heb het ook.
Ja.
Oh ja.
Dat is wel een verschil per maand.
Oh nee, dat weet ik wel. Als je toch maar roken, dat scheelt gigantisch veel. Oké. Mag ik eerst weten hoeveel je per dag gerookt hebt?
Ik weet niet exact, maar hij rookt niet veel.
Oké.
Ik ga roken.
Pak je per dag?
Nee. Pak je per dag?
Ja.
Meer? Maar sowieso scheelt er al 300 euro.
500. Alleen voor zichzelf. Dan heb je nog een partner die ook rookte. €500 per maand in roken.
En ik krijg ook nog een schat ervan.
Je betaalt een duurder dan. Maar ik doe met twee, ik doe helemaal niet aan zoveel mensen in de leven. Niet er zo.
Het is heel stoer.
Zo.
Het is heel stoer, mensen.
Maar weet je, je kunt meepakken.
Zo, dat is toch ook een
Shit, met de geen friet is.
je chapeau als je daarmee
Zij ben ik de friet genomen.
Wat?
Die heeft gewoon doorgegeten met friet.
Die zijn gewoon slow.
Nee.
En ik op je schoot. Oh, hier ligt die pap, hier onder de tafel.
Ja, het idee dat er die shirt tussenin
Je gaat ook niet iedere dag wandelen, hè? Bijna iedere dag.
En dan zou ik papa iedere dag doen, dan ga ik niet iedere dag mee.
Dit jaar gaan we niet uit een vierste drinken. Dat denk ik ook niet meer.
Waarom deed ik dat? Dat was echt zo
Luister. Tenten, die schat. Moet je nou laten moeten zien. Ik heb een kei ook stap, dus ik voel dat ik met zo'n hoog stap op 4. Ik dacht een kei ook in de bergen zat. Wat ik niet wachtwandeld, maar ik zat gewoon gelijk met fiberbloei met de stadje. Dus daar bij water, daar komt het zwemmen pas vanaf, weet ik veel, 300 meter of zo. Want alles daaronder, heb je bijvoorbeeld koeien in bij landen staan, nou, koeien plassen, urine en bla bla, met grondwater, cycle, dan gaan we uit de buurt toe.
Als we snel gaan. Ik ga via die kant, ik zie je zo.
Ik ga wel eerst. Ja, dat was echt lekker. Dat was heerlijk zo. Cheers mate. Ja.
Heb je nou een nieuw biertje besteld?
Dit is mijn oude senior. De kaart een paar keer een hoogstniet zo staan, die stond hier. Ik zag er zeker aan. Waar ik aan het hoogstniet. Daarvan moet ik best wel aanstaan. Dat klinkt zeer goed, dank je. Wil je nog een dessert? Ja, dat kan wel zijn. Ja, ik vind het fijn, maar deze is Duitsland, maar het is een soortgelijk. Dus straks nog zo. Ik vind het fijner dan de Frankrijk.
Ik vond in Frankrijk inderdaad gewoon mensen en volk en dingetjes doen niet mee, maar de kinderen die daar waren vond ik wel altijd. Maar dat is gewoon niet wat een
Eerlijk, sorry, maar als mama volgend jaar nog naar Frankrijk of iets gaat of naar binnen wel hier misschien nog mee. Maar als zij zegt ik ga naar Frankrijk, dan ben ik gewoon thuis.
Ja, ik wil dat we naar Spanje gaan.
Dat maakt niet uit, want naar Frankrijk of gewoon niet naar Frankrijk en niet in Nederland zelf.
Volgend jaar gaan wij naar Spanje.
Nee, ja.
Ik wil niet naar Spanje.
Spanje is zo mooi.
Ja, veel te heet.
Ja. Elke dag 32 graden.
Dan moet ik een caravan rijden. Weet je hoe lang we rijden in Spanje?
Dat is met een caravan rijden 3 dagen.
Ik kom 2 volle dagen om.
Dat is met de auto's op een
Ook al met de caravan.
Met caravan is 3 dagen.
2 dagen.
Zij die rijdt in 2 dagen.
Maar je gaat naar Zuid-Spanje.
En dan rijdt daar iets voor. Ik was eerst op pad.
Dan ook gewoon naar het noorden van Spanje. Waarschijnlijk met Delhi vanuit zijn.
Delhi gaat naar...
is niet zwaar.
Maar dat is nog mooi, ja, dat is helemaal in jouw muur. Maar dan ga je het los met
Laat je aanstikken maar thuis.
we gaan niks afvallen.
Ja, ik kan best hier een klein beetje tijd doorbrengen. Ik laat ze bij de camerabank, want ja, daar kun je in bed zitten.
Ik kan vanavond nog niet met die quickfans. Wel, in de camper.
Buitenstem. Ja, dat is niet goed. Dat is niet zo. Kan wel, ik moet visueel worden.
Kan op een stenen kwartje. Dat is goed in de gang. Iedereen lekker kijken.
Is het ook dat als je bijvoorbeeld aan de ene kant hier zoiets doet, dat je papa.
Ja, bij de kant zit juist van verschillende.
Is dit zeg maar hoe je ook het gaat volgen?
Moet je nog wat drinken?
Niet, ik mag weer een spijskaart kennen.
Is het zo dat je links bijvoorbeeld aan je linker is dat gewoon
ja, inderdaad, links en rechts.
wat gebeurt als ik een heel klein haartje heb?
Dat zou je kunnen horen. Je hebt gewoon de neiging om aan te raken. Maar je doet straks. Zo even. Dit bestaat sinds 1796.
Dit is hier.
Ja, dat je toch ook, dat je dat niet ziet. Ja, in de pen.
Ik zal kijken even mee. Ik wil de camera zitten.
Wat is gemijs?
Waar zie je dat?
Echt hier.
Dat is gemeentehuis.
Beste arbeidershuis. Ja, dat is ook goed. De eetwit. Is niet.
Dat is wel onrustig.
Dat is 7 euro. 6, 7 euro.
Hier, waar het vandaan komt,
En nou, Nederland is een beetje conservatief. In Holland.
Dus ben jij wel
Horizon is 70 in Nederland of zo.
En als ik een ijsje pak, was chocolade ijs bij zitten.
Lekker toch? Mag in Duitsland.
Ja, ja, 237 subscribers.
14 mail of zo.
Super snel. Vlak te water en dus loopt daar naar het bad. Water. Mayonaise, ja, is goed water. Mayonaise.
Nee, dat is niet shirt. Ik ga nooit zo'n shirt halen. Ja, dat weet ik.
Misschien nog carnaval van.
Nee, ik vind het niet. Holy carnaval ga ik verkleed als gay.
Ja! Ik mag het niet make-up dan? Heb je t-shirt?
Nee, ik heb geen make-up.
Hoezo niet? Dat is extra gay.
Nee.
Luister, we gaan maar alleen carnaval.
Dat is goed.
We gaan lekker naar Milan of zo.
Nee.
Ik ga niet mee.
Waarom niet?
Ja, dat is zo.
Huh?
Ja, dat is oké.
Ja.
Dat is alles grappig. Veel Star Wars of zo.
Ik ga Chewbacca. Nee, dat is nee.
Nou, Chewbacca of
Dat
zo.
is nee. Mama is homofobisch.
Nee, helemaal niet.
Dat is toch nog juist de grap, hè? Dan als gay probeert te zeg maar als gay maar met iets, ik bedoel letterlijk gewoon met zo'n regenboog.
Dat is zo simpel.
Ga gewoon in een bol bakken of zo.
Ja. Wat dat theorie dat jij echt opleeft.
Ja, dat denk ik ook.
Dat je nou al vertellen.
Dus misschien is ook niet even carnaval. Zeker niet.
Dat maakt niet uit. Afblijven.
Stop het ding nou eens in terug.
Zet er nou eens uit. Dat is niet handig.
Ik weet niet wat ik voor carnaval wil, dat is een beetje... Ik vind het altijd moeilijk. Vorig jaar ging ik echt...
Chaos heel veel rugby spelen of zo. Zo'n pak zo of zo. Ballerina. Ja, dat is dit. Dat is dingen dat vind ik leuk. Dat is gewoon humor.
Met vrienden als dit, met de vrienden als dit.
Ja. Of als Robin Hood of zo, dat soort dingen, dat vind ik wel leuk.
Kunnen wij niet als ik mooi gedaan?
Dat is een beetje
Ja.
ja.
Nee, ja, hij is Rick en ik ben mooi.
Dat is wel leuk.
Let's do it.
Moet jij even gemillimeterd worden, Tijn?
Tegen maar tegen pak maar uit.
Moord heeft geen millimeter kapsel. Denk je dat moord in millimeter kapsel heeft?
Wordt eerst op die...
Wat?
Wie is de oude man?
Rick.
Ja, oké. Dan heb jij want jij bent...
Ja, ik ben die kleine zo.
Dan heb jij niet.
Nee, er is geen millimeter kapsel. Ik heb maar dan wat ik vroeger had zeggen. Van blad.
Ja, ik zal het even laten zien wat we nou zitten.
Nee. Zacht. Ah, stop. Dit is toch niet 3 meter? Ja, het is plat, maar het is absoluut niet 4 millimeter. Dus daar heb jij het over. Nee. Die zat echt helemaal fout.
Nou, mensen, het is in 3,5 uur al 4 uur. Een ideale situatie. Maar bij luistert, we stellen we 5 uurtjes van. Kijk ook. Nou, dit is een goede tussenstop zo. Wat is dat?
Staat.
Greensboro is in de staat.
Oh, dit is een stad.
Wat is een Greensboro? Wat is dat?
Dat is de goedkoopste vliegtickets.
Ook met Ryanair heb je voor 20 euro.
Wie vertrouwt Ryanair?
Waarom ga je niet gewoon voor de eerste keer als je op vakantie gaat naar Spanje of zo?
Ja.
Dan is iedereen gefilmd.
Nee, de timer. Ryanair heeft nog 0 keer gecrashed. Alleen op zijn bemanning. Maar het is een keer gecrashed.
Is dat zo? Kun je met Ryanair serieus vliegen?
Ja.
Ik vertrouw niet een vliegticket voor 20 euro.
Dat maakt er niks uit. Luister, je hebt allemaal een regelgeving, dan een controles en noem op.
Dat snap ik allemaal.
Het gaat om het systeem en dan door de service.
Nee, dat snap ik allemaal. Maar ik dacht echt van dit is de grootste ooit een vliegticket voor 20 euro.
Ik heb een baan gehad, vloog ook vaak vanuit Eindhoven naar Italië, gewoon met Ryanair.
Dat ging goed?
Ja.
Nou.
Gewoon iets minder service en iets minder payment.
Ja. Ik ga dan wel met Ryanair. Schrijf op de lijst.
Kan je ook van zonder.
start om dan
kan ik alleen maar naar hier in Spanje.
Sinds ik bij shorts kan ik tegenwoordig mijn eigen thumbnail uitzoeken. Het beeld zeggen wat je als aandacht wil hebben. En de whisky is niet dat ik kom. Sinds ik dat door heb, is het iedere keer dikke. Het beeld wat je laat zien als thumbnail, kan ik nou vertalen, ik weet niet vertalen hoe je dat uitzoekt. Dus ik kan daar vertalen soms zeggen een spannend of een interessant beeld voor uitzoeken. In plaats van gewoon, weet ik veel, één auto, halve beeld of... Ja, nou. 2,6k, staat dan 2,9.
Hoezo kun je ook gewoon 10 euro naar een land vliegen?
Als jij een tijd hebt, dan
Rijden die gewoon naar bijna alle luchthavens of naar speciale luchthavens?
Die gaan niet naar de grote steden, maar dan zitten ze bijvoorbeeld iets verderop.
Weet jij hoeveel in Nederland is?
Ja, als ik nou wel belangrijk wat bedoel je dan? Wat
ik moet gewoon weten dat het steeds vliegt dat ik van Eindhoven of Amsterdam pak.
Je kunt vanuit met Ryanair gewoon naar Eindhoven vliegen. Maar vanuit Eindhoven vliegen. Ja.
Maar dan moet ik hier gewoon Eindhoven intypen en dan doet hij dat.
En dan kun je bijvoorbeeld naar Italië vliegen of naar Engeland.
Laat alleen maar zien van naar Dublin naar Malaga.
Dat is een datum of zo.
Zijn jullie dit al wat voorbereid op elkaar?
Zijn we de keer schommelaar?
Ja, wat?
Als je zo in de auto zit, dan moet je echt even energie inladen. Hè? Ik ga er een lekker van maken voor je. Daarna kan ik iets harder.
De vader van Anna heet ook Hans.
Ja.
Hij ziet er heel anders uit dan je ouders.
Ja, snap ik. Ik ben ook, dat zei ja. En hij is wel een aantal. Hij is wel een aantal. Dat wil niet zeggen, hè? Hij is anders, hoezo anders? Ja, ja. In welke zin?
Hij maakt echt van die hele gevaarlijke auto's. Werkt bij jou.
Die Anna, die is oppassen. Die bij ons had geslapen en ik zit tot, weet ik veel, hoeveel keer hij had gezegd van, en nou stil. Ik kon echt letterlijk niet slapen.
Dat was ook een beetje mijn schuld.
Dat is echt ellende.
Was niet anders of vanuit de schuld. Lara die was altijd slapen. Mij niet.
Ja, dat was zeker gezellig. Maar ik heb er niets mee te maken. Ik had tegen jou gezegd van oké, dat kan. Maar dit zijn de voorwaarden. Het is goed, 11:30. Zijn we al lang stil, pap. Oké, 3 uur werd het. Ik moest de volgende dag werken, ik moest de volgende dag werken. Ik hoorde jullie de hele tijd in de tent buiten. Maar goed, ik de volgende dag inderdaad, ik zei, hey dames, dat was geen succes. Ik zeg, jullie zo slapen en dergelijke, moet wel anders zijn. Jij hebt het als de volgende keer op straat slapen. Weet je wat anders zei? Hij zei, ja, als de volgende keer op straat slapen. Ik zei, ja, dat helpt wel. Ik vuil totaal kind in iemand.
Dat was ook een klapje.
Ja. Ik zat te mopperen en ze van, hey, dat was een succes, hè? Lekker te laat door zitten kletsen, zegt ze tegen mij, als je de volgende keer op straat slapen. Ik kijk eraan en denk, oké. Ik zeg, ja, ik denk dat daar maar laat, ja. Ja, dus dan laten we dan kijken.
Dat is echt maar dat is echt een
Amma is volgens mij wel slim.
Amma is heel slim, ja.
Hetzelfde hebben we veel jullie drummen en Lara iets spelen en ja, ik ben de manager. Amma zei, ik ben de manager. Ja, alles aan het slim.
Ready?
Ja, jetzt ist es. Ja, danke. Ja, goed zo. krijg je dus een Oostenrijkse variant op de snelweg te maken.
Ik kan je leuke familiefoto's zien.
Dat komt wel.
De rest gaat bij de videokaart.
Oh, ik was een januari 2019. als bij zijn kraan vragen, dat kunnen we het best eten. Die weten we hier in het dorp waar het beste is.
Ja, iemand vult zomaar een hotel.
Ik zou in een hotel niet werken op zijn eten.
Zij zeggen hier is het beste.
Ja, niet dat je er niet naar binnen ziet, maar gewoon.
Een lens voor dit, hè?
Nee, gewoon een beetje te doen. Ik zal het niet zo.
En dan zie ik hem van, oh, ik heb het juist niet. Niet gewoon hier wat lastig is.
En mensen die kopen nog steeds.
Ja, maar als je dan wil roken, dan zou je gewoon zelf gaan.
Er zijn ook mensen die flessen. Maar Duitsland komt in de stof.
Ja, niet dat je de hele wereld wil, maar gewoon.
De lens van dit of?
Nee. Gewoon.
Hij maakt een soort film, dus je kunt hiermee scherp staan. Die andere is
Biertje erop of hoe maak ik een foto?
die scherp staan. En dan die andere door.
Ja, ik moet hem nog even scherp stellen. Hij staat niet goed, maar...
Dat is een scherp stellen. Scherp stellen moet je hier te ver tikken. En dan daarna hier op drukken. Ja, dat is scherp stellen.
Maar nu staat het gewoon, dat kan ik niet.
Auf der rechten Seite, aber das kenne ich schon. Nicht so lang mit uns
Ist das auch gesellschaftlich? Danke. Danke. Auf der rechten Seite.
Zet de bar erop.
Lekker bezig.
Maakt een soort van maar het straks nog niet moeilijk straks dus uiteindelijk wil ik daar nog welk geluid.
Wij zijn blij met het werk waar we nu leven.
Ja.
Thank you.
Ik zet een bandje achterop. website en dan probeer je dus gewoon relaxed te eten en dan zie je hoe je partij te maken. Ik kan beter eens kijken. Ik dacht alleen dat stukje naar langs stond dat daar even was. Maar daarboven was ook nog iets. Ja,
Nederland zijn de prijzen in de supermarkt veranderd. Ja, maar in Duitsland is het goedkoper dan hier. Heel veel mensen gaan nu naar Duitsland.
Verzorgingsproducten zoals de douche, dat soort dingen. Levensmiddelenwinkel.
Sigaret ook veel groter. Maar die maakt draait ze zelf. Oh nee, dat weet ik wel. Dat is toch maar roken, dat scheelt zich niet. Oké. Mag ik eerst weten hoeveel ik per dag roken?
Ik weet niet exact, maar hij rookt veel. Oké. Ik ga roken.
Bakje per dag?
Nee, niet zoveel. Bakje per dag? Meer? Dan sowieso scheelt er over 300 €.
Alleen was een zak. Een plak.
Betaalt een euro door.
wordt wel een beetje op zo. Want alles daaronder, heb je bijvoorbeeld de koeieninweilanden staan. Nou, koeien plassen, urine en bla bla, grondwater, suiker, water, duurstoel. Koop. jij ook, dus ik vind dat niet zo goed.
Is dit zeg maar hoe je is het zo dat het ding niet
alles daaronder, dan kun je van bij lang staan. Nou, dan kun je gassen, hier en bla bla, het koelwater, suiker. Dat zou je kunnen horen. Dat is een hele aan te dit bestaat sinds 1796.
ja, had je toch ook, had je dat niet gezien?
is goed. We gaan lekker naar Milan of zo.
Nee. Dan niet. Gastgebakka. Nee, dat is nee. Dat is nee. Wat wij zijn voor. Dat is toch nog heftig grap, nee, dan was ik geprobeerd. Als Kees maar met ik bedoel letterlijk gewoon met zo'n regenboog. Zo'n cirkel, een beetje.
Robin Hood of zo, dat soort dingen.
Ja. Nee, ja, hij is rijk en ik ben mooi.
Best wel.
Let's do it. Wordt dit een denk dat wordt een millimeter opgegooid? Wat? Rek. Ja, ik ben die kleine. Nee. de grootste vliegtickets.
Ik ook met Ryanair heb je voor €20 betalen.
Wie vertrouwt Ryanair?
Voor de eerste keer stel je vakantie uit in Spanje.
Ja.
Dat is iedereen veel.
Ryanair is nog 0 keer gecashed. Alleen als het een
Kun je met Ryanair serieus vliegen?
Ja.
Ik vertrouw hem niet een vliegticket voor €20.
Luister, je hebt allemaal een regelgeving te doen en controles in de handen.
Dat snap ik allemaal.
Het gaat om het systeem en de service.
Nee, dat snap ik allemaal. Maar ik dacht echt van dit is de grootste schip ooit, een vliegticket voor €20.
Ik heb een vader gehad, ik wilde ook vaak naar Eindhoven in Italië, Londen.
Is het goed?
Ja. Nou, gewoon iets minder service en iets minder beenkracht.
Ik ga dan wel met Ryanair.
Super snel. Sinds ik shorts kan ik tegenwoordig mijn eigen thumbnail uitzoeken. Het beeldje te zeggen wat je als aandacht wil hebben. De deze keer is die bij de kop. Sinds ik verloren heb, is het iedere keer dikke. Het beeld wat je laat zien als thumbnail, kan ik nou vertalen, ik weet nou vertalen hoe je dat uitzoekt. Dus ik kan nou vertalen, misschien zeggen een spannend of een interessant beeld voor uitzoeken. In plaats van gewoon, weet ik veel, één auto half een keer vliegen.
Hoeveel kun je voor €10 naar een land vliegen? Bijna alle luchthavens.
Ja, de grootste steden, daar zit iets verderop. Dat is wel best wel met Ryanair gewoon Eindhoven. Slapen en zit tot weet ik veel hoeveel keer had hij gezegd van en dan stil. Ik leg je letterlijk in slaap.
Dat was wel een beetje mijn schuld.
Ja, dat was zeker gezellig. We zijn ervoor. Het is goed 11:30. We zijn al lang stil. Oké, dus ik heb 3 uur vakantie naar Spanje. Ik moest de volgende dag werken. Ik hoor jullie altijd een weekend buiten aan.
Kun je met Ryanair serieus vliegen?
Ja, maar goed, ik vind het voor mij inderdaad. Ik ga het zo allemaal slapen en werk gewoon zo anders zijn. Jij had het als de volgende keer op straat slaapt. Zo anders zijn. Jij zei altijd als de volgende keer op straat slaapt. Ik zei ja, de auto. Maar wat trouwens kind die wil je ook varen.
Dat was gewoon een grapje.
Wat heb je allemaal gedaan?
Dat was vanuit totaal niet betaald.
Ik zat te moppen en ze van hey, dat was een succes. Lekker te laat door zitten kletsen. Zeg ze tegen mij als je een keer op straat slaat. Ik kijk eraan en denk oké. Ik zeg ja, ik denk dat helemaal wel uit jou. Ja, dat is toch wel even kijken.
Dat is gewoon een grapje. Ja, dat was echt een... Maar dat is echt een...
Anna is volgens mij wat slimmer.
Anna is heel slim, ja.
Hetzelfde is dat we heel veel jullie en Lara en spelen en ja, ik ben de manager. Wat zei jij? Ik ben de manager. Ja, alles aan het slim. Ja, het is beeld zijn wat je als aandacht wil hebben. Dus een keertje dat ik Dus ik kan daar vandaag een spannend of een interessant stiekem uitzoeken. In plaats van quotes, weet ik veel, een auto, steden, maar het zit iets verderop. door gaat, zegt ze tegen mij, of dat ze op straat slaan. Ze heeft even gekeken naar, en denk ik, oké. Ja, ik zeg, denk daarna wel aan. Ja, kijk. Ja, dat is
zomaar een hotel.
Ik zou een hotel verwerken op zo'n
Je kan daar een sigaretten halen.
kwaad. Oh, die had
Dat dat ook kan.
Je wil een lens die gewoon bol kijkt of wat?
Ja, niet dat je de hele wereldbol ziet, maar gewoon bollen. Dus je zeg maar zo'n bollen.
Je bedoelt een lens voor dit of?
Nee, gewoon een GoPro. Dus anders wordt het een beetje te duur voor mij.
Zo'n camera heb ik, hè? Ja, gewoon zo'n high-end videocamera, die heb ik. Ja, weet. Zit.
Zou ik die mogen lenen?
Ja, maar allemaal weer terug. Moet je gewoon een tape hebben.
dat je precies op 7 euro komt.
Je afval niet op 4. Maat. 0,5. 0,5 is het papa.
Ja, dat dacht ik.
Papa heeft 1,5 liter bier op. Ja, weet. Dus mijn papa zeg maar, met drinken ook krijgt, krijg ik met eten. Dus zeg maar.
Nee, maar ik vind dat gewoon raar. Waarom is dat zo anders? Het is ook hetzelfde.
Maximaal bereid. Het weet je waarom dat zo is? Ja, dat is een enorme tijd. Nee, precies. En dan doe
Volgens mij is het
per 10 sigaretten. Dus dat bijna per sigaret. En mensen die komen nog steeds drinken.
ja, maar als je dan wil roken, dan zou ik gewoon zelf gaan.
De rest gaat bij de videokaart. Er zijn ook mensen met Duitsland. In Duitsland kopen ze deze slot.
Hij maakt er een soort filmpje van, maar dat is cool. En je kunt hiermee scherm staan, zo zeggen. Die andere is
biertje erop of hoe? Hoe maak ik een foto?
die scherm stellen, en dan die andere door.
Ja, ik moet hem nog even scherp stellen. Het staat hier.
Dat is een scherm stellen. Scherm stellen moet je hier op tv tikken. En dan daarna je auto drukken dat je daar op het scherm staat.
Maar nu staat het wel, dat kan ik niet.
Dus dit is een zwaarmedaillon. Dat is ook waarom leg je het zo?
Waarom leg je het zo?
Auf der rechten Seite war das Kind schon.
Von der Zug vorbei.
Nicht so lang wie
Und ist das auch mit Champignons? Danke. Danke.
auf der rechten Seite.
Wij zijn blij om te weten waar we nu leven.
Daar ben ik heel benieuwd naar.
Ik ben allemaal gewoon gezellig maken.
Ik hoop dat er wat kinderen op die camping zijn, ook al zijn ze Duitsers. Dan hebben we tenminste een paar mensen.
Ik hoop heel veel.
Maar in dat filmpje was een meisje toch?
Oh ja, maar dat is denk ik echt wel zou zeggen.
Ja, dat blijft weer constant zo dan.
Nee, dat snap ik, maar dan komen er dus wel wat kinderen.
Ja,
Als er gewoon een paar kinderen zijn, want dan gaat iedereen automatisch toch al op elkaar opzoeken. Als er zo'n kleine camping is, dan heb ik automatisch gewoon wat mensen.
Er zullen vast wel mensen.
Ja, dus beter hè, dan de 10 uur doorrijden en dan in het donker alles opzetten. En,
ja.
Dan kun je dus gewoon relaxed eten en dadelijk. En dan zie je, dan gooi je nog tijd bij.
Maar dan waren we niet stopgezet.
Nee, maar dan ik kan beter moeten kijken. Maar ik dacht alleen dat stukje waar wij stonden, dat alleen maar was. Maar daarboven was ook nog.
Ja.
Ja, daar hadden we ook wel lopen kunnen doen.
Maar niet uit.
Auto's makkelijk.
Dan is het eigenlijk afvraagt wat een slechte heeft.
Zo echt niks, dit is niet zo. Is het zo?
Ja, wel bij
Ja, oké dan.
Ja,
het is gewoon maar is
Ik zal weer een keer naar de
Nou, zal ik eens even kijken aan het weer. Nou, op zich redelijk. Kijk, morgen is het.
Ja, dat is niet met
Ik weet niet meer wat op de kaart stond. Ik weet niet überhaupt welke ik niet heb. Anders kan ik dadelijk niet meer eten.
Wil je morgen ook douchen?
Ja.
Dus straks even kijken.
Nou, trouwens niet morgen, maar morgenavond als we er zijn.
Ja, hij is wel een beetje vet.
Ja, dat is.
Ik wil wel het liefst vanavond douchen, want ik vind dat wel fijn.
Dat is een goede schnitzel.
Ik heb nogmaals een kommetje.
Ja, soms kunnen ze dat zeggen. Ja.
Voor wortelfrietje, dat is heel warm.
Ja, dat is wel.
Mooie vraag.
Op je 14e mag je ook hier in het restaurant ouders bestellen.
Vanaf 16 mag je ook in Duitsland.
Als je ouders toestemming geven en die erbij zijn op het moment, dan mag je in een restaurant ook bier drinken.
Ik kan wat frietjes drinken in saus.
Lekker soorten friet.
Lekker een blubberfriet zijn.
Nou, maar zo smakelijk. Ja, lekker.
Zie je wel. Maar dat vond ik wel om iets. zo'n dingen ziet.
Hebben ze mij in Duitsland?
Ja, hi.
Haben Sie auch Mayo?
Kan ik gewoon een kant laten bestellen? Ik ga er toch wel uitmaken. Check je dan?
Ja, dat voelt toch?
Ja, dat gezegd.
Leuk dat zit er hier eens de punt. Dat gaat wel mee, toch?
Geen slechte mayo.
Wel Belgisch, maar
Nee, ik laat het wel af. Ja, maar geen los.
Wat? Ja. Een kaas?
ook een lekker, echt gewoon lekker eten.
Ja. Dat vind ik zo fijn van deze land. Goed eten. Als in Nederland zo weet ik zo'n 20 euro betalen en je denkt,
de helft krijg je hier.
En Oostenrijk is beter. Dank je. Zo in Duitsland.
Nee, weet je, dat is gewoon in Nederland. Als jij voor 7 euro een diesel bestelt, dan moet jij willen dat je daar hebt.
Maar ik snap het niet dat het niet mogelijk is.
Ik ook niet, want het blijkbaar wel.
Ja.
Ja, maar in Nederland is het even
Denk, ja, ze doen alsof, dat vind ik niet.
in Nederland zijn de prijzen in de supermarkten anders.
Dat is veel hoor, in Duitsland.
Wel met inflatie. In de horeca. In de horeca.
Ja, maar in Duitsland is het goedkoper dan in Nederland. Heel veel mensen gaan nu naar Duitsland om puur alleen om boodschap te halen.
Nou, bijvoorbeeld een sigaretten maken.
Ja, sigaretten, drank, gewoon eten soms. Vet gaat ook.
Ja?
Ja, die gaat ook.
Met die rook.
Wat schijnbaar goedkoper is, dus na de drank, verzorgingsproducten zoals douche, dat soort spullen. Levensmiddelen weet ik het zo niet.
Sigaretten ook veel veel.
Ja. Dat is ook van Debbie.
Huh?
Dat is ook van Debbie.
Maar die maakt draait ze zelf, hè?
Ja, de farmaceut in Duitsland.
Dit maakt wel wat sigaretten.
Dat snap ik, als je zoveel rookt. Dat is ook veel goedkoper.
Ja.
Een collega van Anouk. Carl en zijn vrouw die ook zijn vrouw heeft dus tegen 55, 60 volgens mij tegen de kant gewikt. En als je ineens stopt met roken, ja, ineens zien ze het licht, hè. Oh, misschien moet ik toch eens stoppen.
Oh ja, de mensen zeggen van ja, ik heb het ook gekregen. Ja. Oh ja,
dat is wel een verschil per maand.
Oh nee, dat weet ik al. Als je stopt met roken, dat scheelt gigantisch veel. Oké. Mag ik eerst weten hoeveel die per dag rookt?
Ik weet niet exact, maar hij rookt te veel.
Oké.
Ik ga roken.
Pakje per dag?
Nee.
Niet zoveel.
Een pakje per dag?
Ja.
Meer? Nee, sowieso scheelt al €300.
500. Alleen voor zichzelf, hè? Dan heb je nog een partner die ook rookte. Ongelooflijk, €500 per maand aan roken.
Hij krijgt ook nog een slank van.
Je betaalt dan eerder dan aan. Maar dat is ook met vapen. Ik snap helemaal niet waarom zoveel mensen nu vapen. Het ziet er zo dom uit. Het ziet er echt zo...
Het is heel stoer, mensen.
Nee, het ziet er echt heel dom uit, weet je. Ik moet vape pakken.
Zo, dat is toch ook een
shit, met de gete friet is.
Hier shopje wil je daarmee doen.
Gooi maar aan mijn nog. Ze hebben bijna geen friet genomen. Die heeft gewoon doorgegeten met friet.
Of jullie zijn gewoon sloom.
Nee.
Denk op je schoot. Oh, hier ligt die papier onder de tafel.
Nou, we deden dat er iets tussenin
Je gaat ook niet iedere dag wandelen, hè? Bijna iedere dag.
En als zou papa iedere dag van, dan ga ik niet iedere dag mee.
Dit jaar ga ik niet uit een Q4'tje drinken.
Dat denk ik ook niet meer.
Waarom deed ik dat? Dat was echt zo dom. Jij deed dat
Tenten, die schat, weet je de water moeten zien. Ik dacht dat kei ook zat, dus ik viel dat ik net zo hoog stond op 4 uur. Ik dacht dat kei ook in de bergen zat. Wat ik weer niet wachtbabbeld, maar ik zat gewoon gelijk met fiberbroei met de stadje. Dus daar bij water, het zwemmen pas vanaf, weet ik veel, 3300 meter of zo drinken. Want alles daaronder, heb je bijvoorbeeld de koeien in weilanden staan, nou, de koeien die plassen, urine en bla bla, het grondwater, cycle, dan gaat het naar de buurt toe.
Jongens, niet snel gaan. Ik ga via die kant, jullie zo. Jij doet even wat
Ja, ik ga wel eerst. Ja, dat was echt lekker.
Dat was heerlijk zo.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. Hoi.
Ja.
Hebben jullie nou een nieuw biertje besteld?
Dit is mijn oude, dat zijn nieuw.
Kaart een paprika en roomsliet zo staan, die stond hier. Zou ik zeker aanhouden. Paprika en roomsliet. Verbaast mij wat hij daar gewoon niet op ligt. Dat is echt best wel aanstaan. Dat klinkt zeer goed, dank je. Wil je nog een dessert of?
Misschien. Ja, dat kan wel zijn. Ik heb wel misschien Engels ijs of zo.
Zet bij mij alles aan weer.
Dit was zo lekker.
Ja, dat gaat goed hè? Ja, ik vind het fijn, maar deze is thuis al, maar het is een soort gelijk. Hoe straks nog weten. Ik vind het fijner dan de Frankrijk.
Ik vond in Frankrijk inderdaad gewoon mensen en volk en dingetjes doen niet leuk, maar de kinderen die daar waren vond ik wel altijd leuk. Maar dat is gewoon omdat het een culturele ding is. Nu zou ik weer naar...
Eerlijk, sorry, maar als mama volgend jaar nog naar Frankrijk of iets gaat of naar binnen België ga ik misschien wel mee, dat is wel leuk. Maar als zij zegt ik ga naar Frankrijk, dan ben ik gewoon thuis.
Ja, ik wil dat we naar Spanje gaan.
Dat maakt niet uit, want niet naar Frankrijk of gewoon niet naar Frankrijk of niet in Nederland zo.
Volgend jaar gaan wij naar Spanje, papa.
Nee, ja.
Ik wil niet naar Spanje.
Ik wil niet. Spanje is zo mooi land.
Ja, veel te heet.
Ja. Elke dag 32 graden.
Dan moeten we een keer gaan rijden. Weet je hoe lang we rijden in Spanje?
Dat is met een keer gaan rijden 3 dagen.
2 volle dagen om.
Dat is met de auto zonder caravan.
Nee.
Ook al met de caravan.
Met caravan is 3 dagen.
Oké, 3 dagen.
Want Debbie rijdt in 2 dagen.
Maar die gaan naar Zuid-Spanje.
Dat is weer mooi. Debbie rijdt overdag en hij rijdt de hele dag. En dan rijdt Debbie morgen. Ik was eerst op het gat.
Maar dat is gewoon naar het noorden van Spanje. Waarschijnlijk naar Debbie of naar het zuiden.
Debbie gaat naar...
Ik heb er niks mee. Dus
Ga ik wel voor jou.
oké.
Na de vakantie dan ga je ja, de eerste week van school en dan dat weekend. Dus nog geen vrijdag gaan we in de bungalow.
Jullie in een bungalow?
Ja.
Nou, dat wordt dus niet zwaar.
Maar dat is nog voor het jaar, dat is helemaal in januari. Maar dan gaan we in het bos zwemmen. En dan doe ik
Ja, laat je aansteken maar thuis.
we gaan niks afbranden. Ja, ik heb best hier een klein beetje
beetje tijd doorbrengen. Dat ze bij de caravan, want ja, daar kun je in bed zitten.
Ik zit maar echt te warm. Shit. Ik kom vanavond nog niet met die quickfast. Ja? Wel, want ik heb handicap. Ik heb een buitenstem. Nou ja, ik kan niet goed doen, dat is sowieso.
Ik kan wel, ik weet niet hoe vies je worden.
Ik kan op een stenen padje. Dat is goed om de double. Ja, lekker kijken.
Is het ook dat als je bijvoorbeeld aan de ene kant hier zoiets doet, dat je papa...
Ja, die zijn bij de naam zitten juist zo. Stel je van verschillende kanten.
Is dit zeg maar hoe je ook het gaat volgen?
Dat je nog wat drinken?
Niet, ik mag het weer in de spijskaart kennen.
Is het zo dat je links bijvoorbeeld aan je linker als je op de telefoon op stap gewoon
ja, inderdaad, links en rechts.
Wat gebeurt als er een heel klein hartje
Dat zou je kunnen horen. Je hebt gewoon de neiging om het aan te raken. Maar je doet het straks. Zo even. Dit bestaat sinds 1796.
Dit is hier.
Ja, had je toch al, had je dat niet gezien? Ja, in de family. Ik ben in de family. Oh, ze hebben hier ook gewoon een gin tonic voor 6,50 gehad.
Nou, dan in een nog af.
Thuis. Lekker bijten. Kun je niet mee?
Nee. Doe je ook pizza?
Ik doe wel met.
Ja.
Ik zag waarom wil je pizza eigenlijk?
Nou niet.
Ik heb ook broodjes van.
Ja, dat.
Ik zat te kijken even mee. De camera.
Wat is die gemijs?
Waar zie je dat?
Echt heel vers.
Kost dat is gemengd ijs.
Beste aardbeien en aardbeiensaus. Ja, dat is wel goed. Maar ik deed de 1,50. Is niet goed.
Dat is wel rustig.
Dat is geen alcohol. Meer dingen dan biertjes. Als je wilt, ruimt het wel.
Nee, net was het al een beetje. Moet je één lekker extra wilt gaan.
Dat is 7 euro. Dat is 7 euro. 6,70 in Nederland of zo. En hier is die 3,50.
Als ik een ijsjepak was, ja, daar is bij zitten.
neem ik een hapje, maar een heel bolletje naar je eten. Misschien dat je daar
Ja, dat hoor je ook wel. Maar dat maakt niet uit, ze doet het niet.
Misschien nog even wat terug of zo.
Lekker toch? Mag in Duitsland. Die are so with it. Vraag waar het vandaan komt. Ik ben de vraag waar ik altijd vandaan komt. Dat komt toch wel.
Ja, ja, 337 subscribers.
Hoeveel?
37.
Alweer 10 mail of zo. Dat is wel normaal.
schuurbalkband.
Nee, dat is een shirt. Ik ga nooit zo'n shirt halen. Ja, dat weet ik.
Misschien op carnaval.
Nee, dat nog niet. Gewoon carnaval verkleed als gay.
Ja! Ik mag ik je make-up doen dan?
Huh? Nee, ik ga geen make-up.
Hoezo niet? Dat is extra gay.
Nee.
Luister, maar dan maar alleen carnaval.
Dat is goed.
Dan ga lekker naar Milan of zo.
Nee.
Ik ga niet mee.
Waarom niet?
Ja, dat is oké.
Ja.
Dat is alles grappig. Veel Star Wars, zo
Ik ga Chewbacca. Nee, dat is nee.
Dat is Chewbacca.
Dat is nee.
Maar gewoon gay, dat is heel makkelijk.
Papa is homofobisch.
Nee, helemaal niet.
Dat is toch dan juist de grap, dat je dan als gay probeert te leven. Zeg maar als gay, zeg maar met iets, ik bedoel letterlijk gewoon met zo'n regenboog.
Dat is zo simpel.
Ga gewoon in een bolspak of zo. Dan doe je haar zo makkelijk.
Altijd veel opletten.
Ja, dat denk ik ook.
Dat kan al altijd.
Misschien zo meteen even carnaval. Zeker niet in
Dat maakt niet uit. Afblijven.
Stop het ding nou eens weer terug. Kijk er nou eens uit. Zo niet handig.
Ik weet niet wat ik voor carnaval wil, dat is een beetje... Ik vind het altijd moeilijk. Vorig jaar ging ik echt... Ik weet niet meer. Jawel.
Chaos voor rugby spelen of zo. Zo'n pak bij een zomer of zo. Ballerina. Chaos als tinte. Dat vind ik wel. Dat soort dingen dat vind ik leuk. Dat is gewoon humor.
Met de vrienden als dit, met de vrienden als dit.
Ja. Of als Robin Hood of zo, weet je wel, dat soort dingen, dat vind ik wel leuk.
Kunnen wij niet als ik mooi gaan?
Dat soort dingen,
ja.
Ja.
Nee, ja, hij is Rick en ik ben Morty.
Ja, best wel.
Let's do it.
Moet jij even gemillimeterd worden zijn?
Tegen maar, pak maar uit.
Morty heeft geen millimeter kapsel. Denk je dat Morty een millimeter kapsel heeft?
Morty is toch die...
Wat?
Wie is de oude man?
Rick.
Ja, oké. Dan heb jij een millimeter kapsel. Want jij bent...
Ja, ik ben die kleine zo.
Ja, dan heb jij een millimeter kapsel.
Nee, er is geen millimeter kapsel.
Ja, is wel.
Morty heeft geen millimeter kapsel.
Zoek eens gewoon een normale tekenserie.
Nee, hier. Morty heeft Morty heeft gewoon wat ik heb, maar dan wat ik vroeger had. Gewoon plat.
Nou, ik zal het even laten zien of het nou zit.
Dat is ongeveer...
Nee. Ah, stop. Dit is toch niet gemillimeterd? Ja, het is plat, maar het is absoluut niet gemillimeterd. Waar heb jij het over? Oh, nee. Die zat echt helemaal fout.
Nou, mensen, het is geen 3,5 uur, maar 4 uur.
Oh, dat is
Een ideale situatie. Maar wij rijden langzaam. We stellen 5 uurtjes van. Tijd al te nou, dit is een goede tussenstop zo. Sure. Echt wel.
Maar de eerste keer vliegen en meteen met z'n liedje.
Hoezo? Wat is dat?
Een staat.
Queensboro is geen staat. Nou, dit lijkt heel veel.
Oh, dit is een stad.
Wat is een Queensboro?
North Carolina.
Wat is dat?
Dat is de goedkoopste vliegticket zijn.
Ik ook met Ryanair heb je voor €20.
Ja, en dat vliegt trouwens Ryanair.
Waarom ga je niet gewoon voor de eerste keer stel je op vakantie gaat naar Spanje of zo?
Ja.
Dan is iedereen veel te lang.
Nee, timer. Ryanair heeft nog 0 keer gecrashed. Alleen de landingen zijn echt wel lang. Maar het is 0 keer gecrashed.
Is dat zo? Kun je met Ryanair serieus vliegen?
Ja.
Ja. Ik vertrouw niet een vliegticket voor €20.
Dat maakt helemaal niks uit. Luister, je hebt allemaal een regelgeving te doen en een controles en noem maar op.
Dat snap ik allemaal.
Het gaat om het systeem en om de service.
Nee, dat snap ik allemaal, maar ik dacht echt van dit is de grootste component van vliegticket voor €20.
Ik heb mijn baan gehad, ik vloog ook vaak van Eindhoven naar Italië, gewoon met Ryanair.
Dat ging goed?
Ja.
Nou.
Gewoon iets minder service en iets minder beenruimte.
Ik ga dan wel met Ryanair. Eens kijken hoe dat is.
Kan ook van zon.
Ryanair flights. From Amsterdam.
Is dat gewoon zo'n grote stad?
Maar bent u aan het drinken of?
Dan kan ik alleen maar naar Ierland en Spanje.
Ik ga zo hard naar Spanje rennen als ik 18 ben.
Sinds ik bij shorts kan ik tegenwoordig mijn eigen thumbnail uitzoeken. Het beeld, zou zeggen, wat je als aandacht wil hebben. En de whisky is niet dat ik kom. Sinds ik dit door heb, is het iedere keer dikke... Het beeld wat je laat zien als thumbnail, kan ik nou vertalen, ik weet niet of hoe je dat uitzoekt. Dus ik kan dat vertalen, soms zeggen, een spannend of een interessant beeld voor uitzoeken. In plaats van gewoon, weet ik veel, één auto, halve beeld of zo. Ja, wel. Fles K staat dan 2,9.
Hoezo kun je ook voor 10 euro naar een land vliegen?
Als jij een tank op dan gaat dat.
Lekker met kijken naar
Rijden die gewoon naar bijna alle luchthavens of naar speciale luchthavens?
Die gaan niet naar de grote steden, maar dan zitten ze bijvoorbeeld iets verderop.
Weet jij of je in Nederland ergens komt? Want kan dan als het zo
Heb je nou dat wine of wat bedoel je dan? Wat
je moet gewoon weten dat het steeds vliegt van ik pak uit Eindhoven of Amsterdam.
Maar je kunt vanuit met Ryanair gewoon Eindhoven vliegen.
Ja, maar
vanuit Eindhoven vliegen. Ja.
Maar dan moet je hier gewoon Eindhoven intypen en dan doet hij dat.
En dan kun je bijvoorbeeld naar Italië vliegen of naar Engeland.
Laat alleen maar zien van naar Dublin naar Malaga.
Misschien de datum of zo.
Ik heb geen datum.
Zijn je dit al voorbereid op elkaar?
Zijn we de keer school Als jullie zo altijd in de auto gaan zitten, dan moet jullie echt even energie ontladen. Hè? Ik ga er een lekker shake van maken voor jullie. Daarna dan moet je iets harder doen.
De vader van Anna heet ook Hans.
Ja.
Hij ziet er heel anders uit dan jou.
Ja, snap ik. Ik ben echt dus hij is hij, ja. En hij heeft wel een aantal
Hij is anders. Ja.
Hij is wel een aantal. Dat wil niet zeggen, hè? Hij is anders, sowieso anders.
Gewoon zijn hele doen en laten.
Ja, ja. In welke zin?
Hij maakt echt van die heel erg vaderschapjes werk bij jou. Hans, die vader van Anna.
Die Anna, die is moet oppassen. Als je een jong van ik slaap en ik zit tot, weet ik veel, hoeveel keer je had gezegd van, en nou stil. Ik heb echt letterlijk niet slapen.
Dat was ook een beetje mijn schuld.
Dat is echt
Dat was niet Anna's of Lara's schuld. Lara die was al aan het slapen. Wij niet.
Ja, dat was zeker gezellig. Maar ik heb er niet zo moeite mee. Maar ik had tegen jou gezegd van oké, dat kan. Maar dit zijn de voorwaarden. Het is goed, 11:30. Dan zijn we al lang stil, man. Oké, 3 uur werd het. Ik moest de volgende dag werken. Ik moest de volgende dag werken. Ik hoorde jullie de hele tijd in de tent buiten. Maar goed, ik de volgende dag inderdaad, ik zei, hey dames, dat was geen succes. Hè. Ik zeg, jullie zo slapen en dergelijke, moet je wat anders zijn. Jij houdt het als we de volgende keer op straat slapen.
Wat?
Weet je wat anders zijn? Die zei, ja, als we de volgende keer op straat slapen. Ik zei, ja, dat helpt wel. Wat vrouw brutaal kent iemand.
Wat?
Dat was gewoon een grapje.
Ja,
wat zeg je Anne?
Dat was, Anna is totaal niet brutaal.
Ik zat te mopperen en ze van, hey, dat was een succes, hè. Lekker te laat door zitten kletsen. Zegt ze tegen mij, als we de volgende keer op straat slapen. Ik kijk eraan, ik denk, oké. Ik zeg, ja, ik zeg, denk dat helemaal wel uit, ja. Ja, dat is dan wel even een kijkje.
Anna is totaal niet zo letterlijk en brutaal, dat is gewoon een grapje. echt een maar dat is echt een
Anna is volgens mij wat slimmer dan kind.
Anna is heel slim, ja.
Dat had ik al. Hetzelfde als dat we veel jullie Tom en Lara moeten spelen en ik ben de manager. Dat zei jij, ik ben de manager. Ja, alles slim. Ja, jetzt ist es ja, danke. Ja, gut so. Duitsland heel vakantie. Ja, het is waar.
Ik weet niet wat.
Het zal vast die kant op zijn.
Je kan daar gewoon sigaretten uit een automaat halen.
Wat dan?
Kom eens mee. Nee, ik hoef geen sigaretten, maar ik wil gewoon kijken of ik ga niet meer eentje.
Kijk, het is een Oostenrijkse variant voor op de snelweg te komen.
Mag ik een hartje prikken? Ik heb wel met
ik kan je leuke familiefoto's doen.
Daar komt het kijk in het andere.
zegt bloemetjes zo.
Dan heb je zo'n bloemen.
Kijk, dat is hier achter ook.
Denk ik. De rest gaat bij de videokaart.
Oh, van de week was een PNY GTX 1070. Die is ook afgeprijsd.
Een PNY 1070 Ti. Een 1070.
4070.
GT. Hoeveel was die?
Voor 600.
Ik zal aan de kant kijken of het over gaat. En als het dan is, dan ben je misschien de helft voorschieten.
bij zijn kanaal vraagt van we kunnen het best eten. Die weet gewoon hier in het dorp waar het beste is.
Ja, iemand vult zomaar een hotelrestaurant.
Ik zou in een hotel niet weglopen, zou te eten.
Nee, zij zei hier is het beste.
Stap wel naar, hè, dat je gewoon... Je kan daar een sigaret aan halen.
Oh, automaat. Oh, die hebben ze goed. Die hebben ze best.
Dat ook kan. Zo'n 360 camera, zo'n bolle lens. Zijn die duur?
Lens zijn zo prijzen.
Wat vind je bij prijzen? Zijn ze duur voor mij?
Ja.
Dat is gewoon zo'n GoPro ding. Nou, is dat ook heel duur?
Dan zijn je wil een lens die gewoon een bol kijkt of wat?
Ja, niet dat je de hele wereldbol ziet, maar gewoon een bol. Nee, maar dat je zeg maar zo'n bol lens.
Een lens voor dit, hè? Of?
Nee, gewoon een GoPro ding. Anders wordt het een beetje te duur voor mij. Ik zal ze opzoeken. iets wat oudere camera van de jaren 2000. Dat is een bolle lens.
Zo'n camera heb ik, hè. Ja, gewoon zo'n high-end videocamera. Die heb ik. Ja, net.
Zou ik die mogen lenen?
Oh, wil je die andere 100 terug? Dan wil je die high-end. Moet je gewoon een tape hebben. Tapes heb ik ook nog wel. Ja, kijk, het is een beetje die old school blik. Zal ik rekenen vragen? Misschien ook nog een wc.
Dat je precies op 7 euro hebt.
Heb je allemaal niet op bier? Wat?
1,2.
Nee, 0,5 is het. 0,5 is het, papa.
Dat zijn ook 0,4.
Ja, dat dacht ik.
Papa heeft 1,5 liter bier op.
Ja, weet.
Snel naar de auto roepen.
Weet je, maar papa zeg maar, met drinken ook krijgt, krijg ik met eten op. Dus dat is zeg maar het ding.
Maar speelt het verschil tussen sigaretten en zorgvangheid? Nee, maar ik vind dat gewoon raar. Waarom is dat zo anders? Het is toch hetzelfde product?
Nationaal beleid.
Weet je waarom het in Nederland zo is?
Dat ze er veel belasting op gooien.
Volgens mij. Ja, er zit een heel hoog accijns op sigaretten in Nederland. Nee, precies. En dat doet het ook.
Volgens mij is het
Ja, 9 per 10 sigaretten, hè? Die betaalt bijna €1 per sigaret. En mensen die kopen nog steeds vrij veel.
Ja, maar als je dan wil roken, dan zou je gewoon zelf gaan roeren. Want anders wordt het...
Ja, dat is niet. Maar dan zie je maar. Er zijn ook mensen die gaan naar Duitsland. Ja. Die gaan naar Duitsland en dan kopen ze een hele schoof van 200 sigaretten voor €40 of zo.
Dat is niks.
hij maakt er een soort filmpje van, maar dat is prima. En je kunt hiermee scherp stellen, zo zeggen. En die andere is foto.
Biertje erop of hoe maak ik een foto?
Hier scherp stellen, en dan die andere, en dan door.
Ja, ik moet hem nog even scherp stellen. Hij staat hier.
Dat is niet scherp stellen. Scherp stellen moet je hier op de film tikken. En dan daarna hier op drukken. Nee, ja, dat is scherp stellen.
Maar nu staat die vrouw daar. Dan kan ik niet.
Dat is prima. Dit is een slijmmedaillon.
Dit is ook eigenlijk laat.
Nee,
waarom lijkt het zo goed?
Ik weet ook niet
Genau gegenüber von der Du willst doch bitte zum Hobby machen? Du willst doch rechts zum Hobby.
Kleine medaillons, niet een medaillon, dat is geen echt heel stil. Medaillon is een kleine stuk.
Und links wird selber 150 Meter, das siehst du schon auf der rechten Seite bei der Jahr. Das Pausefleisch kommt dann rein. Gegenüber ist das Wolfstein.
Aber es tut von der Zug vorbei.
Wenn du vom Berg kommst. Du fährst dann rechts Richtung Volksrichter. Du fährst dann Kirchenbrot weiter. Und jetzt beim Brünnmann oder beim Brünnmann? Dann geht rechts mit dem Obi. Obi und Schwimmen. Und der Felix drin, der Scheinme sitzt da. Die Autos.
Bedoelst die Schnitzel? Ja, die Jägersaus.
Ja, in der Nürnberger Stadt. Ja, wenn du von Taufen kommst, ja,
nicht so lang mit uns, so ganz
Pommes frites oder links oder rechts? Da fährst du rechts.
Ja.
Und ist das auch mit Champignons? Ja. Danke. Danke.
Genau, und dann ist links der neue Mann.
Okay, wie erschreckt
der neue Mann, der kommt. Krankenhaus, dann ist vorne der Kreisung mit der neuen links und Grodau geht in die Altstadt. Und dann ist es rechts kurz und da fährst du vielleicht 700-800 Meter, dann geht rechts und zum oben. Ganz genau. Und da wenn du jetzt links fährst, dann 250 Meter, da ist die Alte Seite.
En ik moet mijn leven tegen. Zo.
Ganz genau. Familie schätzt sich der Typ ist dahinter.
Der Klebe und die Betonteile fertigen die erst immer noch einkaufen. Beim Profi Auf der rechten Seite.
Links, entweder auf der linken Seite und mit jeder Straße wird es eine reale Idee von einem Arm. Mit jeder Straße wird es etwas
Dan zou je fris moeten gebruiken, maar dat is een beetje raar voor een restaurant. Zet de bar erop.
Mooie achtergrondfoto wordt lekker bezig.
Ja, maar ik straks ja, nog goed natuurlijk straks zet anders weet ik nog welk geluid waar ben.
Je bent ook met zo'n oorlog overheen, dat is heel
Weißt du, Löwe und Gitter.
Ik heb toen die snelrecht voor jou tussendoor smiddags ook nog. Ik hoop
dat het bij ergens een tentje is.
Kabelbaan, ik heb al zitten kijken, kabelbaan zit niet zo dicht bij in de buurt als de vorige keer. Maar ik moet toch wel een bom doen. Dat is wel goed met de alternatief.
Ich hab's wieder runtergeschraubt. Magst du das? Wie wird das
Hans betaald.
Ich auch. Nein. Nein.
Hoe lang moeten we morgen nog?
Dat is niet heel lang.
Twee filmpjes.
Klein haas, een beetje voor jou.
Maar niet zo vaak, ik denk 2 video's, 2
Je bent echt erg. Je zit veel beter uit dan het probleem. Ik zat vroeger te zweten zonder airco. Dan heb ik zet een bandje achterop.
Ik had vandaag geen filmpje gemaakt, ik wilde niet van alleen maar muziek.
Maar wat ik bedoel, we hebben een beetje beter, we hebben een tonton aan, we hebben een toolbox met lekker eten.
Ja, dat doe ik wel, maar
ja,
we hebben nou internet, we hebben spelletjes op de telefoon. Nou, ik had geen telefoon met spelletjes. Ik had gewoon een Walkman en een stripboek.
Wij zijn blij met het leven waar we nu leven. Ja, dat is echt niks, hè? In Nederland is de horeca kijkduur.
Opa, hier geht.
Nee, nog een puppyhaar. Jamie had herkend, joh.
Also servus, schönen Abend, gell?
Ja, tschüss, guten Abend noch.
Soms. ongeluk uiteindelijk maken.
Ik hoop dat er wat kinderen op die camping zijn, ook al zijn ze Duitsers. Dan hebben we tenminste een paar mensen.
Ik hoop heel veel.
Maar in dat filmpje was een meisje toch?
Ja, maar die is...
Oh ja, maar dat is denk ik echt wel ingehuurd, zou ik zeggen.
Ja, die blijft in constant maar.
Nee, dat snap ik, maar dan komen er dus wel wat kinderen.
Ja, denk ik wel.
Als er gewoon een paar kinderen zijn, want dan gaat iedereen automatisch toch al op elkaar opzoeken. Als er zo'n kleine camping is, dan heb ik automatisch gewoon wat mensen.
Er zullen vast wel mensen.
Ja, dat is beter hè, dan tot 10 uur doorrijden en dan in het donker alles opzetten. Dan kun je het gewoon relaxed eten en dadelijk. En dan zie je, dan gooi je nog tijd bij.
Maar dan hebben we niet eens stopgezet.
Nee, maar dan ja, goed. Ik had beter moeten kijken. Maar ik dacht alleen dat stukje waar wij stonden er alleen maar was. Maar daarboven was ook nog.
Ja.
Ja, daar hadden we ook wel lopen moeten doen.
Maar niet uit.
Auto is makkelijker.
Dan moet je mij afvragen of het slecht heeft.
Zo is echt niks. Het is niet zo. Het zit zo.
Ja, nou bij
Ja, oké dan. Ja, schade, maar het is goed.
Ik zal weer een keer naar de
zit te kijken naar het weer in Soedan.
Ja, ooit één woord.
Haar bij de oren.
Maar ik vind het altijd leuk om met mijn oorbellen te spelen. Oorbellen erbij.
Nou, op zich redelijk. Kijk, morgen is het.
Ik weet niet meer wat op de kaart staat. Ik weet niet überhaupt welke we hebben. Anders kan ik dadelijk niet meer.
Ja.
Ik ga straks even kijken.
Nou, trouwens niet morgen, maar morgenavond als we er zijn.
Ja, hij is wel een beetje vet.
Ja, dat is.
Ik wil wel het liefst vanavond iets, want ik vind dat wel fijn.
Is dit zo?
Ik heb nogmaals een kommetje.
Ja, soms kunnen ze Duitsland. Ja.
uit zo'n dingen ziet.
Hebben ze mij in Duitsland?
Ja, hi.
Had je ook maar?
Kan ik gewoon naar de kant laten? Ik ga er toch wel uitmaken. Check je dan?
Ja, dat voelt toch?
Ja, dat check.
Lukt dat, denk ik. Zit er hier eens de punt. Gaat wel mee, toch?
Geen daar, stak er mij over.
Van Belgisch, maar
Nee, maar ik laat het wel. Ja, maar geen los.
Wacht. Ja. Kaas. betalen en dat je denkt, de helft krijg je en hoe krijg je beter. Zo, dat is goed.
Nee, weet je, dat is gewoon in Nederland. Als jij voor 17 euro een sisser bestelt, dan moet jij willen dat je daar hebt.
Maar ik snap ze niet dat het niet mogelijk is.
Ik ook niet, want ze kunnen het blijkbaar wel.
Ja, maar in Nederland is het even
Denk, ja, ze doen alsof dat vind ik niet.
in Nederland zijn de prijzen in de supermarkten anders.
Dat is niet veel hoor, in Duitsland geweest.
Wel met inflatie. In de horeca. In de horeca.
Ja, maar in Duitsland is het goedkoper dan in Nederland. Heel veel mensen gaan nu naar Duitsland om puur alleen om boodschappen te halen.
Daar broken we sigaretten aan.
Ja, sigaretten, drank. Gewoon eten soms. Vet hard ook.
Ja?
Ja, die gaat dan
Met die rook.
Wat schijnbaar goedkoper is, dus inderdaad drank, verzorgingsproducten zoals douches, dat soort spullen. Levensmiddelen weet ik zo niet.
Sigaretten ook veel groter.
Ja. Dat is ook van Debbie.
Huh?
Dat is ook van Debbie.
Maar die maakt draait ze zelf, hè?
ja, de verzekering in Duitsland.
Dit maakt zelf een sigaretten.
Dat snap ik, als je zoveel rookt. Dat is ook veel goedkoper.
Ja.
En ook Carl en zijn vrouw die rookt ook. Mijn vrouw heeft is tegen 55, 60 jaar door de kant weet. En als je ineens stopt met roken, ja, ineens zien ze het licht hebben. Oh, misschien moet ik toch eens stoppen.
Om ja, de mensen zeggen van ja, ik heb het ook krijgen. Oh ja,
dat is wel een verschil per maand.
Oh nee, dat weet ik al. Als je stopt met roken, dat scheelt gigantisch veel. Oké. Mag ik eerst weten hoeveel die per dag rookt?
Ik weet niet exact, maar hij rookt veel.
Oké.
Dus gaan we ook zoeken.
Pakje per dag?
Nee.
Niet zoveel.
Een pakje per dag?
Ja.
Meer? Dan sowieso scheelt er al €300.
500. Alleen was ik zelf. Dan heb je nog een partner die ook rookte. Ongelooflijk. €500 per maand aan roken.
En ik krijg ook nog eens kanker van.
Je betaalt dan eerder dan aan. Maar dat ook met vapen. Ik heb helemaal niet waarom zoveel mensen nu vapen. Het ziet er zo heel uit. Het ziet er echt zo...
Het is heel stoer, mensen.
Nee, het ziet er echt heel dom uit, weet je. Je moet een vape pakken.
Zo, dat is toch ook een stuk.
Shit, met de gekke friet is.
Je champignons wil je daarmee doen.
Gooi maar aan mango. Ze hebben bijna geen friet genomen. Die heeft gewoon doorgegeten met friet.
Of jullie zijn gewoon sloom.
Nee.
Denk op je schoot. Oh, hier ligt die pap hier onder de tafel.
Ja, want jij denkt dat er iets tussenuit gaat.
Je gaat ook niet iedere dag wandelen, hè?
Nee.
Bijna iedere dag.
En als zou papa iedere dag wandelen, dan ga ik niet iedere dag mee.
Dit jaar ga ik niet uit een Q4'tje drinken.
Dat denk ik ook niet meer.
Waarom deed ik dat? Dat was echt zo dom. Jij deed dat
Tenten, die schat. Weet je de water moeten zien? Ik dacht dat ik kei ook zat, dus ik voelde dat ik net zo hoog was op de film ging. Ik dacht dat ik kei over de bergen zat. Wat ik weer niet wacht wandelde, maar ik zat gewoon gelijk op film. Met videobroei met de straks in. Dus daar bij water, het zwemmen pas vanaf, weet ik veel, 3300 meter of zo drinken. Want alles daaronder hebben bijvoorbeeld de koeien in bij landen die staan. Nou, de koeien die plassen, urine en bla bla, met grondwater, cycle. Dan gaat uit de buurt toe.
Jongens, nu snel gaan. Ik ga via die kant, jullie zo. Jij doet even wat ik naar wc.
Ik ga wel eerst. Ja, dat was echt lekker.
Dat was heerlijk zo.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. Hoi.
Ja.
Hebben jullie nou een nieuw biertje besteld?
Dit is mijn oude Senior.
Als je de kaart een paar keer een roomsnietsel staat, die stond hier. Zou ik er zeker aanhouden. Paprika en roomsnietsel. daarvan heb ik toch best wel hard staan. Dat klinkt zeer goed, dank je. Wil je nog een dessert of?
Misschien. Ja, ik ga wel zeggen.
Ja, ik vind het fijn, maar deze Duitsland, maar het is een soortgelijk. Dus dat is nog zo. Ik vind het fijner dan de Frankrijk.
Ik vond in Frankrijk inderdaad gewoon mensen en volk en dingetjes doen niet leuk, maar de kinderen die daar waren vond ik wel altijd leuk. Maar dat is gewoon omdat het een culturele ding is. Nu zijn we nu weer naar...
Eerlijk, sorry, maar als mama volgend jaar nog naar Frankrijk of iets gaat of naar binnen België ga ik misschien wel mee, maar dat is wel leuk. Maar als zij zegt ik ga naar Frankrijk, dan ben ik gewoon thuis.
Ja, ik wil dat we naar Spanje gaan.
Dat maakt niet uit, maar niet naar Frankrijk of gewoon niet naar Frankrijk en niet naar Nederland zo.
Volgend jaar gaan wij naar Spanje, papa.
Nee, ja.
Ik wil niet naar Spanje.
Ik wil niet. Spanje is zo'n mooi land.
Ja, veel te heet.
Ja. Elke dag 32 graden.
Dan moeten we een caravan rijden. Weet je hoe lang we rijden is in Spanje?
Dat is met een caravan rijden 3 dagen.
2 volle dagen om...
Dat is met de auto zonder caravan.
Nee.
Ook al met caravan.
Met caravan is 3 dagen.
3 dagen.
Want Debbie rijdt in 2 dagen.
Ja, maar die gaan naar Zuid-Spanje.
Dus we worden Debbie rijdt overdag en dan rijdt de hele dag. En dan rijdt Debbie morgen. Ik was eerst op pad.
Maar dan gewoon naar het noorden van Spanje. Waarschijnlijk met Debbie naar het zuiden.
Debbie gaat naar...
Ik heb er niks mee. Dus,
Ga ik zo voor jou.
Oké.
Na de vakantie dan ga je ja, de eerste week gaan we school en dan dat weekend. Dus meteen vrijdag gaan we in de bungalow.
Ja, jullie hebben een bungalow.
Ja.
Nou, dat wordt dus niet slapen.
Nee, maar dat is nog maar het is helemaal in januari. Maar dan gaan we in het bos en dan
Laat je uitsteken maar thuis.
we gaan niks afbranden hoor.
is hier een klein beetje tijd doorbrengen. In plaats van bij de caravan, want ja, daar kun je in bed zitten.
Shit. Ik kom vanavond toch niet met die drukvast. Ja? Wel. In de caravan.
Ik heb een buiten caravan.
Ja, ja. Ik kan niet goed doen, dat is niet zo.
Kan wel, ik doe vies.
Ik kan op een stenen padje. Dat is goed in de jungle. Iedereen lekker kijken.
Is het ook dat als je bijvoorbeeld aan de ene kant hier zoiets doet, dat je papa...
Ja, bij de baan zit juist zo. Stel je van verschillende kanten.
Is dit zeg maar hoe je ook het gaat horen?
Moet je nog wat drinken?
Niet, ik möchte wieder een spijskaart gerne.
Is het zo dat je links bijvoorbeeld aan je linker als je op telefoon staat gewoon...
Ja, inderdaad, links en rechts.
Wat gebeurt als er een heel klein haartje
Dat zou je kunnen horen. Je hebt gewoon de neiging om de aan te raken. Maar je doet het straks. Zo even. Dit bestaat sinds 1796.
Dit hier.
Ja, had je toch al, had je dat niet gezien? Ja, in de pen. Ik ben in de pen. Oh, ze hebben hier ook gewoon een gin tonic voor 6,50 gehad.
Wat dan in een nog?
Lekker bij trouwens.
Waarom doe je pizza eigenlijk?
Nou niet.
Ik heb ook broodjes van.
Ja, daarom.
Ik zal kijken even mee.
Wat is gemijs?
Waar zie je dat?
Echt leerpers.
Dat is gemengde. Gemengd ijs.
Verse arbeidshouders. Ja, dat is wel goed. Maar ik eet de eetwitting. Dat is niet goed.
Dat is wel onrustig.
Dat is 7 euro. 6, 7 euro.
Hier. Waar het vandaan komt.
I know, Nederland is een beetje conservatief. In Holland.
Dus ben jij wel 7
Met zo'n Budweiser is 70 in Nederland of zo. En hier is die 3,50.
Als ik een ijsje pak, was chocolade uit bij zitten.
Neem ik een hapje, maar ik moet heel veel dat je mee eten. Misschien dat je daar
Ja, dank je.
Ja, dat hoor je ook wel. Maar dat maakt niet uit, ze willen kijken natuurlijk.
Misschien nog even laten weten.
Lekker toch? Mag in Duitsland. Die hardstyle weet ik wel. Wie die? Nee, Wie is dat nou weer? Vraag waar ze vandaan komt. Ik ben de vraag waar ze altijd vandaan komt.
Nou ja, 347 subscribers.
Hoeveel?
347.
Dat is alweer 10 mail of zo. Ik zal vast niet op bed zijn. En anders mail. Maar één serieus. Dat doe ik niet rustig.
Echt super snel. Ja. Vlakte water en dus loopt daar naar het bad. En de rest juist goed bad.
Nee, dat is een poepshirt. Ik ga nooit zo'n shirt halen. Ja, dat weet ik.
Misschien wat vrouwen van dat.
Nee, dat nog niet. Gewoon helemaal ik verkleed als gay.
Ja! Mag ik je make-up doen dan?
Huh? Nee, ik heb geen make-up.
Hoezo niet? Dat is extra gay.
Nee.
Luister, maar wel maar alleen kan.
Dat is goed.
We gaan lekker naar Milan of zo.
Nee.
Ik ga niet mee.
Waarom niet?
Ja, dat is wel.
Huh?
Ja, dat is oké.
Ja.
Dat is alles grappig. Veel Star Wars of zo.
Ik ga Chewbacca. Nee, dat is de heet.
Dat is Chewbacca.
Dat is de heet.
Ja, gewoon gay, dat is heel makkelijk.
Want hij is homofobisch.
Nee, helemaal niet.
Dat is toch dan juist de grap, dat je dan als gay probeert te weten. Ik bedoel niet zeg maar als gay, maar met iets, ik bedoel letterlijk gewoon met zo'n regenboog.
Dat is zo simpel.
Ga gewoon in een bol pak of zo. Dan wil je haar verliezen. Zo makkelijk.
Wat echt heel goed, dat je echt veel opleeft.
Ja, dat denk ik ook.
Dat je nou al vertellen.
Dus misschien is ook het idee van carnaval. Zeker niet in
Dat maakt niet uit.
Waarom?
Afblijven, ja.
Stop het ding nou eens in terug. Kijk er nou eens uit. Dat is nog niet handig.
Ik weet niet wat ik voor carnaval wil, dat is een beetje... Ik vind het altijd moeilijk. Vorig jaar ging ik echt... Dat wordt het niet meer. Jawel.
Chaos heel veel rugby spelen of zo. Zo'n pak weer zo. Gamers als tinten. Dat vind ik wel. Dat soort dingen dat vind ik leuk. Dat is gewoon humor.
Met de vrienden als dit, met de vrienden gewoon steeds met
Ja. Of als Robin Hood of zo. Ik wil dat soort dingen. Dat vind ik wel leuk.
Kunnen wij niet als ik Morty gaan?
Dat soort dingen.
Ja.
Ja.
Nee, ja, hij is Rick en ik ben Morty.
Ja, dat is wel.
Let's do it.
Moet jij even gemillimeterd worden zijn?
Morty heeft geen millimeterkapsel. Denk je dat Morty een millimeterkapsel heeft?
Morty is toch die...
Wat?
Wie is de oude man?
Rick.
Ja, oké. Dan heb jij een millimeterkapsel. Want jij bent...
Ja, ik ben die kleine zo.
Dan heb jij een millimeterkapsel.
Nee, er is geen millimeterkapsel. Morty heeft geen millimeterkapsel.
Zoek eens gewoon een normale betekenisserie.
Nee, die Morty heeft Morty heeft gewoon wat ik heb, maar dan wat ik vroeger had. Gewoon plat.
Ja, ik zal het even laten zien hoe we nou zitten.
Nee. Ah, stop. Dit is toch niet 4 meter? Ja, het is plat, maar het is absoluut niet 4 millimeter. Waar heb jij het over? Nee. Die zat echt helemaal fout.
Nou mensen, het is geen 3,5 uur maar 4 uur.
Oh, dat is
Een ideale situatie. Maar bij langs, we stellen 5 uurtjes van.
stad?
Dat is een Queensboro.
North Carolina.
Wat is dat?
Dus dat gaat de goedkoopste vliegtickets zijn.
Ik ook met Ryanair heb je voor €20.
Ja, en daar, wie vertrouwt Ryanair?
Luister, waarom ga je niet gewoon voor de eerste keer stel dat je op vakantie gaat naar Spanje of zo?
Ja.
Dat is iedereen veel te lang.
Die timer, Ryanair heeft nog 0 keer gecrashed. Alleen de landingen zijn echt wel lang. Maar het is nog 0 keer gecrashed.
Is dat zo? Kun je met Ryanair serieus vliegen?
Ja.
Ja, ik vertrouw er niet op vliegtickets voor €20.
Dat maakt helemaal niks uit. Luister, je hebt allemaal een regelgeving hier en een controles en noem maar op.
Dat snap ik allemaal.
Het gaat om het systeem en om de service.
Nee, dat snap ik allemaal, maar ik dacht echt van dit is de grootste schok ooit, een vliegticket voor €20.
Ik heb mijn baan gehad, ik vloog ook vaak van Eindhoven naar Italië, gewoon met Ryanair.
Dat ging goed?
Ja.
Nou.
Gewoon iets minder service en iets minder beenruimte.
Ik ga dan wel met Ryanair, dus kijk hoe jullie is.
Bent u aan het drinken of? Waarom kan ik alleen maar naar Ierland en Spanje?
Ik ga zo hard naar Spanje rennen als ik 18 ben.
Sinds ik bij shorts kan ik tegenwoordig mijn eigen thumbnail uitzoeken. Het beeld, zou zeggen, wat je als aandacht wil hebben. En de whisky is niet dat ik kom. Sinds ik dit door heb, is het iedere keer dikke. Het beeld wat je laat zien als thumbnail, kan ik nou vertalen, ik weet nou vertalen hoe je dat uitzoekt. Dus ik kan nou vertalen, soms zeggen, een spannend of een interessant beeld voor uitzoeken. In plaats van gewoon, weet ik veel, één auto, halve beeld of ja, wel. 2,6k, staat dan 2,9.
Hoezo kun je ook voor €10 naar het land vliegen?
Als jij een tank hebt, dan wat?
Rijden die gewoon naar bijna alle luchthavens of naar speciale luchthavens?
Die gaan niet naar de grote steden, maar dan zitten ze bijvoorbeeld iets verderop.
Weet jij of die in Nederland ergens komen? Want ik kan dan als ik ga
Ja, als ik nou dank. Nou, Ryanair of wat bedoel je nou? Wat?
Je moet gewoon weten dat het steeds vliegen van ik pak naar Eindhoven of Amsterdam
Je kunt vanuit met Ryanair gewoon naar Eindhoven vliegen. Maar vanuit Eindhoven vliegen. Ja.
Maar dan moet ik hier gewoon Eindhoven intypen en dan doet hij dat.
En dan kun je bijvoorbeeld naar Italië vliegen of naar Engeland.
Laat alleen maar zien van naar Dublin naar Malaga.
datum of zo.
Inderdaad.
Zijn je dit al wat voorbereid op elkaar?
Het zijn de gay scholen. Als jullie zo in de auto zitten, dan moet jullie echt even energie ontladen. Hè? Ik ga er een lekker shake van maken voor jullie. Daarna dan moet ik iets harder doen.
De vader van Anna heet ook Hans.
Ja.
Hij ziet er heel anders uit dan jou.
Ja, snap ik. Ik ben enkel, dus hij, ja. En hij heeft wel een aantal. Hij is anders. Ja. Hij is wel een aantal. Dat wil niet zeggen, hè? Hij is anders, sowieso anders.
Ons zijn hele doen en laten.
Ja, ja. In welke zin?
Hij maakt echt van die heel erg vaderschap werk bij jou. Hans, die vader van Anna.
Die Anna die is oppassen. Als je in de jongval slapen en ik zit tot, weet ik veel, hoeveel keer je had gezegd van en nou stil. Ik heb echt letterlijk niet slapen.
Dat was ook een beetje bij het schuld.
Dat is echt
Dat was niet Anna's of Lara's schuld. Lara die was al aan het slapen. Ja. Wij niet.
Ja, dat was zeker gezellig. Maar ik heb er niet zo moeite mee. Ik had tegen jou gezegd van oké, dat kan. Maar dit zijn de voorwaarden. Het is goed, 11:30. We zijn al lang stil, pap. Oké, 3 uur werd het. Ik moest de volgende dag werken. Ik moest de volgende dag werken. Ik hoorde jullie de hele tijd in de tuin buiten. Maar goed, ik de volgende dag inderdaad, ik zei, hey dames, dat was geen succes. Hè. Ik zeg, jullie zo slapen en dergelijke. Je moet wel anders zijn. Jij hebt als de volgende keer op straat slapen.
Wat?
Weet je wat Anna zei? Die zei altijd als we de volgende keer op straat slapen. Ik zei ja, dat helpt wel. Wat fout mentaal kind in je bent.
Wat?
Dat was gewoon een grapje.
Ja,
wat zegt Anna?
Dat was, Anna is totaal niet brutaal.
Ik zat te mopperen en ze van hey, dat was een succes hè. Lekker te laat door zitten kletsen. Zegt ze tegen mij altijd als we de volgende keer op straat slapen. Ik kijk eraan en denk oké. Ik zeg ja, ik denk dat helemaal aan ja. Ja, dat is dan wel hebben, dat kijk je het.
Dat is gewoon een grapje. Ja, dat was echt een... Maar dat is echt een grapje.
Anna is volgens mij wat slimmer dan kind.
Anna is heel slim, ja.
Dat had ik al door. Hetzelfde als dat we veel jullie en Lara en spelen en ja, ik ben de manager. Oké. Anna zei, ik ben de manager. Ja, alles slim.